never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Like that, we close out Christmas weekend. Now, here's hoping you had a Merry Christmas. Yeah, we'll be working our way into the 27th day of December, final week for 2021, as we now start the countdown clock for the New Year's weekend. Anybody ready for 2022? What's going to be different? Well, we had some definitive travel issues in parts of the country. It was really about some of the corner areas, the Northeast, the Northwest, the Southwest. As we get the final week of 2021 underway, the weather map is kind of peppered with winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings, especially along the western third of the country and the northernmost reaches of the country. Fog's concerned tonight in the southeast, from Florida into parts of Georgia, Alabama. Dense fog advisories. Yes, the lack of snow, though. It's been a dismal start to the winter season for the snow lovers in the Midwest. Yeah, we've seen these mild conditions. Just any accumulated snow, for the most part, has been right there near the U.S.-Canadian border and north of the border. And as forecasters look ahead into this final week of 2021, they tell us more of the same. It's probably in the offing here. We are looking at some accumulating snow forecast around the Midwest early this week. But most of our major cities will once again experience just a chilly rain. rather than any accumulating snow. This is a storm that started across the northern plains and the Canadian prairies this past day. That actually finds its roots in a different powerful storm that brought an intrusion of cold air and accumulating snow across the western states last week. Well, there's a piece of energy from that storm that ejected out into the north central states and southern Canada, bringing along a swath of accumulating snow through the day Monday here. Accumulating snow will probably be limited to cities like Duluth, Minnesota, Marquette and Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. Areas north of the border in Canada can also expect snow today. Once the snow starts in these areas, it will begin sticking to roadways rather quickly as temperatures are below freezing. For many folks that'll have to return to work this Monday morning, going to have to allow some extra drive time to get there safely. In addition to the accumulating snow causing some travel delays, there also may be a thin corridor of freezing rain that could wreak havoc on untreated roadways later this morning. As we started the Christmas weekend, it's the last thing commuters along Wisconsin's I-90 and 94 would want to hear. But it may be, again, the reality this morning. Thursday morning, as I said, ready to begin the holiday weekend, we had over 100 vehicles involved in a massive pileup in the icy conditions there. Similar hazards may extend into the lower peninsula of Michigan Monday morning as this storm traverses toward the east. Portions of Interstate 80 in northern Ohio and Pennsylvania could find some difficult travel Monday as well, as the leading edge of the precip could fall as maybe some snow or ice today. Further south, the Monday morning commute will feature a chilly rain in places like Chicago, Indianapolis, Columbus, Ohio. We've had a little bit of light rain pushing here through southwest Ohio in the past hour or so. It's not going to amount to much. It's going to be wrapping up and, again, pushing its way toward the Dayton area in the next hour or so later on this morning, reaching up toward Columbus. Now, you get up into the northwest corner of Indiana and northeastern Illinois, from right about Champaign, Illinois, all the way up into the south side of Chicago. There are some pockets of fairly heavy rain, and you get into the mixed bag of precipitation there in the northernmost reaches of Illinois. Once you get across the line into Wisconsin, it is plain old snow. This hour, much of Wisconsin is seeing some snow. Snowing pretty good in Madison, over toward Milwaukee, down into Kenosha. Not much in the Green Bay area just yet, but you look on back into parts of northern portions of Wisconsin, northern Minnesota, on up into the central and eastern portions of North Dakota. A lot of snow falling in North Dakota tonight. Those are areas where we do have winter storm warnings. It's a good portion, about the eastern three-quarters of North Dakota, the northern half of Minnesota, and the northwest corner of Wisconsin, where it's winter storm warnings. Those are going to be the most significant travel delay areas. A much broader area of winter weather advisories, which is typically 1 to 3 inches of snowfall. But that's no doubt enough to cause some travel difficulties for a broader area around that. We get on over into further to the east, parts of Pennsylvania and New York, where we do have winter weather advisories, as this system will be pushing through that region later today. Those winter weather advisories kick in about 1 o'clock Monday afternoon and continue to 1 a.m. Tuesday morning. This is a zone where we could see some of that freezing rain. Freezing rain, total ice accumulations around 1/10 of an inch, and snow accumulations of up to 1 inch. So a little snow and ice mixed together there in parts of Pennsylvania and New York. Let's take you on down to the Weather Service office out of Binghamton, New York. What do they happen to say there? Pretty much the same exact as the other areas. Freezing rain, again, total ice accumulations, about 1/10 of an inch. It's just that glaze. But that glaze of ice on the roadways can wreak havoc. On down to the Weather Service office out of State College, Pennsylvania. What do we see? A winter weather advisory in effect starting at 8 a.m. this morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday. Mixed precipitation. Ice accumulations up to 1/10 of an inch. Some snow and sleet accumulations around an inch. That's portions of central Pennsylvania. The highest ice accumulations will be on the hilltops. Some slightly higher snow and sleet totals may occur north of State College, PA. All right, so there you go. Some of your first wintry driving conditions for these areas of the country tonight. There may be just a limited window of time for some dry, settled conditions to move in early Tuesday in the Midwest, as another storm's going to slingshot out of the west into the central portions of the country. Again, this storm looks to be another quick hitter for the Midwest Tuesday and Tuesday night, as well as, again, many of the cities that have struggled to see accumulating snow this winter may face another chilly rain rather than snow with this system. Now, from midweek into the New Year's weekend, conditions are expected to largely settle down across the Midwest. That'll be beneficial for travelers in that region. Meanwhile, what else on the list here? Let's take a look at the western portions of the country, where we have much more widespread winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings in place for that region of the country. As I back things up on the map here, stretching from parts of Utah, much of Idaho, the northern half of Nevada. A lot of winter weather advisories. You'll be dealing with brisk winds. Obviously, the higher elevations, the Sierra Nevada, on up into western portions of Oregon. Winter storm warnings. The snow has been piling up. This onslaught of storms that have marched into the western states. Big-time headaches for travelers. But it's also proven to be very beneficial to build the expansive snowpack across the mountain ranges. Looking ahead to this final week of the year, the cold, unsettled weather is going to continue there. The stormy pattern across California has been a blessing for easing drought conditions, with the entire Sierra Nevada mountain range now running above historical snowpack averages. You've got the consistently cold conditions that will remain anchored over the mountains. And those numbers should continue to rise as we work through the final week of 21. Some of the reservoir levels in the lower terrain and the foothills of California have also continued to see an uptick in water levels, as the consistently stormy weather has bumped those levels upward. Further north across Washington's Cascade Mountain Range, most basins are within 10 to 20% of their historical snow water equivalent at this point in the season. But this consistently unsettled weather pattern has greatly benefited the mountain ranges. Numerous weather-related headaches for residents, though, in the lower elevations. Further to the south, places like Flagstaff and Phoenix, Arizona. You've seen your fair share of wet weather, as both of those cities observed an inch or more of precip back on Christmas Eve a couple days ago. There's more on the way across the west. Record-challenging cold remains in place across the Northwest early this week. That brings impressively low snow levels. In some areas, Sunday morning, snow was reported all the way down to sea level in Washington state. We saw some heavy snow in the Seattle metro area during the pre-dawn hours there on Sunday. All right, a similar snowy scene extends down the I-5 corridor from Washington southward through Oregon into northern California on into the day today, Monday. As that snow shifts southward, another burst of heavy snow will sweep into the mountainous terrain of California, piling up feet of snow across the Sierra Nevada. extremely difficult, if not impossible, travel along most of the mountain pass roads, including Donner, Echo, Carson, Sonora, and Tioga passes. And the heavy snow continued to create logistical challenges across the passes, as this is going to lead to another round of closures and, of course, the need for chains for most vehicles. A lot of folks traveling back home from the holidays or maybe traveling to some of the ski resorts as they head into the New Year's weekend. The snow levels will fall through the day today across central and northern California from around 2,000 feet down to as low as, say, a few hundred feet by Monday night. So difficult travel along roadways that normally do not deal with these kind of wintry conditions. With the heaviest snow today occurring across the Sierra Nevada, wintry conditions will not be limited to just the states bordering the Pacific Ocean. We'll see a plume of moisture streaming into the Intermountain West. Places like Idaho's Snake River Valley, Salt Lake City, into the mountainous terrain of western Wyoming. This system continues to shift southeastward and drops into the Four Corners region by Monday night. The high terrain of Utah's southern Wasatch Range, Arizona's Grand Canyon, the Golden Rim, and New Mexico's Colorado Plateau. You could all expect a fresh blanket of snow before things briefly settle down by midweek. This storm will not be the only weather maker to talk about out west as well, as this active pattern continues. Another storm moving into Oregon and California by Tuesday, again with cold air in place. Impressively low snow levels are expected. A major risk for avalanches is expected as a result of these rounds of snow across the mountainous terrain. For the thrill seekers looking to get out into the backcountry, this risk is especially dangerous. From midweek into the upcoming weekend, the storm slated to bring another round of wet, snowy weather is going to pivot southward along the west coast, bringing a renewed threat for the lower terrain, flooding to California and the southwest. Additional feet of snow in the mountainous terrain on top of that. Yet another storm is expected to usher in rain and snow in the northwest between Thursday and Friday. It's a kind of relentless stormy pattern. Meanwhile, through the central portions of the country, aside from those areas along the northern reaches, we were talking last week about potentially record high temperatures for Christmas Day, stretching from Texas, from Dallas to Memphis, on up through the Ohio and portions of the Tennessee Valley. We've confirmed, we being Southwest Ohio, the Cincinnati area, just lived through the warmest Christmas Day since records have been kept, I believe, like 128 years. We reached a high of 69 degrees on Christmas Day. Yes, it was a very beautiful, pleasant Christmas day, made for good travels for the folks heading over the hills and through the woods and all that good stuff, but just doesn't feel very Christmas-like with those kind of temperatures. Now, last check, I haven't seen over the past 24 hours, but we cooled off a little bit Sunday, down, highs in the mid-50s. But I believe they're forecasting again with that little bit of rain that's moving through is actually going to be ushering in some warmer air for Monday. The forecast high was looking for maybe 71 degrees Monday afternoon. How about that? All right, around the country, it is 844-844-3388. Hello to Todd checking in. Roy's on board there. Morning, Rolled. Colton, Merry Christmas, Colton. Hope you got everything you had on your little wish list there from Santa Claus. Good to have you aboard as the Christmas, New Year's break continues for the youngsters around the country. Let's see. Timothy checking in. Hope everybody's Christmas was good. Richard on board from Central Florida, where it's 58 degrees. Hello to Steve, everyone out there. The 15 car on board. Hope you had a Merry Christmas. Heading northbound from Charlotte to the 513. Stephen checking in from Semi Valley, California. Larry's on board. Afternoon, hammer down and be safe. There's one Crazy Ray. Morning. West Michigan checking in. We've got 31 degrees at this hour. Hello to Buckwheat. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret crew. Back to the old grind here. Hope everybody had a great Christmas, though. Have a great, safe morning. Hello to David. Let's see, GM39 and Clear from northern New Jersey, grinding out the last couple of days as we look forward to 2022. Blessed holidays to everybody out there. Truck safe. Hello to Randolph. Morning, Mr. Sommers. Back at work now after a 10-day stretch off. That's Adam 12. That was a good little Christmas vacation, huh? 10 days off. Hope you enjoyed that. Captain Ron checking in. 60, foggy. Rolling through Ocala, Florida. Happy Monday. Back to our favorite chairs tonight, right? the truck chairs. I got you. Yeah, I did mention, they got the fog advisories. A lot of fog, especially northern Florida into southern Georgia, Alabama tonight. So you have to slow it down. All right, there's Michael checking in. Hello, Steve, from Cincinnati, Ohio. Good to have you on board. Dave checking in where it's 43, a little bit of rain in Anderson, Indiana. The legendary Big Moose. Well, hi there. Over the mountains of the moon, down in the valley of the shadow. Ride, boldly ride. 10:10 at the home 20. I'll be doing it like Pruitt used to do it tomorrow morning. Okay. Everybody be safe. We gone. All right, Moose. Good to have you on board here as we get things started anyway. James checking in from Woodstock, Georgia this morning. Hello to Deborah. Good morning. It's definitely a rainy evening in Indiana. Be safe out there tonight, especially my favorite driver. Hello to Jack. Hey, guess what? Jack says 363 days till Christmas. Just what we wanted to hear, right? All right, we'll get it underway here on a Monday. Yes, again, hope you had a wonderful Christmas weekend. Going to settle in for the final week of 2022. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Looks like Santa Claus is on board out there. Says, I'm taking the long route to Mount Holm Air Force Base, Idaho, from Sacramento. I'm going around through Vegas. It's going to be a long week. Steve, I just sent you an updated Caltrans report for Donner, okay? I'll be doing the overnight drive tonight. All right, so we've got Santa Claus on board. And, hey, Santa Claus, I was looking at your post here a few minutes ago. Nicaraguan chop suey? It's got the picture there. Just made up a week's worth of Nicaraguan chop suey. Going to be hitting the road shortly to Idaho, as he said, via Las Vegas and Salt Lake City, unless Donner opens up again. And it doesn't sound like it's going to open up again. Let's see, Nicaraguan chop suey. It's chicken and vegetables in a tomato-based sauce. Okay. You eat the same thing all week? Yeah, breakfast, lunch, dinner, right? No. A major Christmas storm, though, impacted the West. Whiteout condition, closed highways, snow in the mountains of Northern California and Nevada. Forecasters tell us travel in the Sierra Nevada could be treacherous for days. We had a 70-mile stretch of I-80 that shut down Sunday from Colfax, California, through the Lake Tahoe region to the Nevada state line. California DOT also closed other mountain routes, warning of poor visibility and slippery conditions. Expect major travel delays on all roads, according to the National Weather Service office in Reno this past day. It looks like Sunday was the type of day to just stay home. And there's more snow on the way, they said. The Weather Service issued a winter storm warning for Greater Lake Tahoe until 1 a.m. Tuesday morning because of possible widespread whiteout conditions. Wind gusts could top 45 miles per hour. We had rock slides caused by heavy rain that closed more than 40 miles of Coastal Highway 1 in the Big Sur region south of San Francisco Bay Area. No estimated time for reopening that stretch. That stretch is frequently shut down after wet weather. But this is the latest in a series of storms to hit Southern California with heavy rain and wind, flooding streets, knocking down power lines. Going back Christmas Day, powerful gust toppled trees, damaged carports, blew a track and field shed from a high school into a front yard 2 blocks away in Santa Barbara County. Luckily, no injuries there. Nearly 2 inches of rain fell in 24 hours in Santa Barbara County's San Marcos Pass. Now, that's a lot of rain for that part of the country. Los Angeles International Airport said a storm-related electrical issue forced a partial closure of Terminal 5, causing post-Christmas passengers to have to divert to other terminals for certain services. Cancellations and delays are possible. It's going to be important to check your flight status. In the San Bernardino Mountains, east of L.A., crews were repairing a section of the State Route 18 that washed down a hillside after heavy rain late Thursday. All right, the closure of the major route of the Big Bear Ski Resort area. They say that one could actually potentially last for weeks. Wow. And again, the stormy pattern is going to be continuing in that part of the country. All right, who gets to be first on board out of the Christmas weekend? Who we got on the line?
Colton.
I kind of thought that might be you. Well, hi there, Colton. How was your Christmas?
It was good.
What'd you get that was cool for Christmas this year?
A keyboard, a mouse pad, and a mouse. That is LED.
LED mouse. All right. That's pretty cool. So you're off for Christmas break right through, I guess, through the New Year's weekend. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's on January 5th.
Okay. Yeah, my grandsons go back on the 4th, so you got one more extra day. So is Dad going to be out driving this week? Or are you going to be hitting the highway, or just going to be staying around the home 20 there?
No, I'm going to be staying at home.
Okay.
I'm going to be staying at home, I bet.
Okay. So you can enjoy some of your Christmas presents.
Right.
Okay. Have you had any snow in your part of the country yet?
Yes, but it was not that hard to clean off.
Oh, we got a little dusting about a week ago, and it was gone within a day. So, yep, haven't really seen any real significant snow.
Got that.
So, do you guys make big plans for your New Year's weekend, or do you just go to bed and like another day?
It depends half the time. It depends on if I'm going to be sleeping at one of my family members' house or not.
Ah, okay.
Don't know yet.
All right, very good. Well, hey, I hope you had a wonderful Christmas and enjoy that time off from school, because, you're going to blink your eyes and it'll be back to the old grind.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll talk at you later. Thanks for being with us tonight, Colton. There you go. All right. Hello to Jay checking in from Heidelberg, Pennsylvania, headed for Durham, North Carolina. It's 32 and clear here. Looking forward to the low 70s at the house tomorrow. Happy Monday from Rochester, New York. There's Rockpick checking in, where it's 30 degrees, cloudy. Yeah, it feels like 23. A little breezy there. All right, Michael, hello from Marion, Ohio. It's been a while since I've got to check in. Well, good to have you here with us. And Jay chimed back in. I guess I should call you before your 1-year anniversary and congratulate you on the new gig. Well, you think, Jay? That'd be nice. See, you're waiting for the 1-year anniversary. Phil checking in this morning at the Phil Skyway rest area, Tampa Bay, 63 degrees. All right. Copying the mail, Chevy guy on board. And there's the cool breeze. Hey ho, Steve Areno, 363 days till Christmas. We knew that, cool breeze. Hope you had a good weekend too. All right, we'll get a news break and lines wide open as we roll into a Monday. What'd you get for Christmas? It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The White House making it clear as the new year approaches that its top priority now is getting that Build Back Better social spending plan passed. The Republican Senator Roy Blunt of Missouri says there's a lot in that bill that Republicans would support, but there's plenty more that they will not.
Of course, there are things in there that you could be for, but I don't see how anybody could in good conscience support a bill that is putting another $5 trillion into the economy over a decade, and an awful lot of that goes into the economy immediately. 6.8% inflation could become something bigger than that, and 6.8% is way bigger than we can handle right now.
He spoke on Fox News Sunday. Over 4,000 domestic flights impacted by delays or cancellations again today. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, of course, historically speaking, any given Sunday night into Monday morning, Typically, kind of a slow night on the phones. And you can just magnify that several-fold when the holidays roll around. So, yeah, clear lines at 844-844-3388. And pretty much, so many people take that week off between Christmas and New Year's as well. Hey, it was delayed, but successfully launched. Philip's going to be working this morning. He'll probably be chiming in about the James Webb Space Telescope. NASA and the European Space Agency successfully launching the largest, most powerful telescope ever to the tune of $10 billion. The launch from South America, Christmas morning, no less. Liftoff from a tropical rainforest to the edge of time itself is the way the NASA announcer put it, as the Ariane 5 rocket lifted off as planned at 7:20 a.m. Eastern Time from the Space Center in French Guiana. James Webb begins a voyage back to the birth of the universe, punching a hole through the clouds 20 seconds into flight. Now, this is a special telescope. NASA has designed James Webb to surpass the Hubble Space Telescope, which over years has sent us incredible pictures from way back in time. But the James Webb has infrared vision that can look back 13.5 billion years, they tell us, in the universe's past, seeing the light of the first stars and galaxies as they formed. Now, after 25 minutes into flight, launch announcers said they had functioned perfectly. It's been a smooth ride. Everything fell together this Christmas Day to send a present to the world's astronomers. Cheers erupting from the Mission Control Center as the telescope itself separated from the rocket's upper stage. The spacecraft's solar array extended on schedule about 33 minutes after launch. The Webb signaled it was operating at full power. These were all crucial events. Everything had to unfold perfectly, or this telescope would be a $10 billion piece of space junk. Now, a manager with the launch company Ariane Space said there are no words to describe the emotion that's happening right now in the mission control fishbowl. All I can say is good luck, Webb, and bring incredible data from the universe. I think all said and done, this telescope is going to be a million miles away. This brings to a close decades of effort and repeated delays to get this thing into space, as Northrop Grumman built the giant telescope in California starting all the way back in 2004. But Bill Nelson, NASA's administrator, said this is going to be taking us back to the very beginning of the universe. We will discover incredible things that we never imagined possibly. Now, it's not a done deal yet. There are still 25 days, they tell us, or 29 days of the most difficult and complex in-space development and the unfolding process that's ever been attempted. The observatory and its tennis court-sized sun shield must unfurl through over 300 varying deployment procedures. In addition to the earliest stars, scientists eagerly await the powerful new tool to study exoplanets, pulsars, things like black holes, and other space objects. What might we find in the deepest of space looking back in time? That was pretty cool. But again, I hope all those steps have to unfurl correctly. Well, it looks like people were eager to spend this Christmas. Some of the final numbers are in prior to Christmas sales. Retail sales up 8.5% over the last year, according to the numbers released this past day. Online sales were up 11%. In-store sales up 8.1%. And this is between November 1 and Christmas Eve. The increase, which was the largest or the strongest in 17 years, and it does not reflect automobile sales. Consumers splurged throughout the season, according to the senior advisor for MasterCard and former CEO of Saks Incorporated. The boom saw apparel and department stores experience strong growth as shoppers looked to put their best-dressed foot forward. Americans flocked to clothing, which experienced a 47.3% increase in sales year to year, as well as jewelry. Jewelry was up 32%. Now, this period included several weeks before this Omicron variant began spreading widely around the country. Department store sales were up 21.2%, with electronic products experiencing 16.2% growth. It's been a resurgent season for retailers as consumers stocked their carts with gifts and gadgets. The study also indicated U.S. households made their purchases earlier than years past, primarily to lock in their guaranteed by Christmas delivery, which, all things said and done, with the supply chain issues and whatnot, it seems like most everything worked out well for the Christmas holiday sales. Big numbers there. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. That's my number, and hey, it takes two to get this thing to work out. Let's jump on board with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I'll admit I did tune into a little bit of the Bengals action this past day. It was a big game, Bengals-Ravens. I had to hit the hay when it was like, I think it was 24-7. Bengals were up at the time. Looks like they had things pretty well in hand. And just checked out the final numbers. Joe Burrow, quarterback, 525 passing yards. Shatters the team record and gives the Bengals a blowout win over the Baltimore Ravens. Was it 41-21, the final score? Wow. Burrow set a franchise record, the most passing yards in a single game. 37 of 46 passing for 525 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. So he broke the record previously held by Boomer Esiason, who actually threw for 490 yards in an overtime game at the LA Rams back in 1990. It was also the 4th highest total in NFL history, just shy of Norm Van Brocklin's 554 yards against the New York Yanks back in 1951. Wow. So quite the day. Yeah. Burrow said, I really don't think about the yards too much. Just as happy throwing for the smaller totals like his 148-yard effort to win over the Las Vegas Raiders back in November. Whatever it takes to win the game. Today, it took throwing 525 yards. That's a pretty big win there. So it's, of course, the season's not over. Yeah, all the other teams are, still looking in at how can we get in. Yeah, Bengals, Browns, Steelers, Ravens. I guess, some would need help from others, but could all, still make it in. How did this guy put it? For the Browns, he said, okay, so the Browns are 2 wins, a Bengals loss to the Chiefs, and a Ravens loss to the Rams away from winning the AFC North and hosting a playoff. This is where you get to look at it. Everything has to work out perfectly, and we can still get in there. Bengals do have a game. Their next game will be against the Chiefs. Who would have thought early in the season that game would hold so much significance? Because with a Bengals win, they would clinch the division. Meanwhile, the Chiefs would stay with the number 1 seed if they win. So that could be a very big game. And that was the tweet from Shannon Sharp this past day. All right, looking at 9 before the hour. And clear lines at 844-844-3388. So it wasn't the best beginning for Christmas travel for some out there. I mentioned especially in Wisconsin, where this stretch of interstate was impassable for more than 13 hours Thursday. The Wisconsin DOT and the State Patrol said freezing rain caused those icing conditions, and emergency service responding to multiple crashes, runoffs, jackknife semis. 20 people received minor injuries, 40 vehicles involved, including 15 to 20 semis. That was one crash. Due to the crashes, sections of Interstate 94 were closed in what the State Patrol was calling a long-duration closure. They didn't get things reopened until about 8:30 in the evening. As holiday travelers were out in mass, Wisconsin's governor tweeted, "There are dangerous conditions across Wisconsin. Please be safe and take good care if you're doing holiday travels." Yeah, some of the crashes included a semi-trailer that was on fire in the median of the I-94 with 2 other vehicles trapped underneath when the State Patrol arrived there. Passengers of all vehicles were taken by a bus to a safe location. Another factor was vehicles that couldn't get up the hills in parts of I-94, causing many vehicles to be stuck. The icy conditions weren't limited to just I-94, though. Other emergency response agencies reported highway closures, crashes, slide-offs. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office issued a statement saying that all roads in the county were covered in ice, and they were asking people at the time to stay home and limit travel. But again, that was going into the busiest travel time of the year, heading into the Christmas weekend. Let me see here. Who we got on board? All right, we already said hello to Crazy Ray. Timothy on board. Let's see. You can't go back in time to see how we came to be. God made us. You know, yeah, you're right, Timothy. I mean, because when they're talking about looking back in time, they literally say we're going to look back into time to when the Big Bang would have occurred. Yeah, those sort of things. Now, some people believe in the Big Bang, and some don't believe in the Big Bang, and at the same point, it would be very interesting to see what they might be able to discover looking back in time that far. What might they actually be able to find? All right, about 5 before the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. Well, I'm sure Bourbon Street Gary's not listening in because he set sail here about 8 hours ago. I think it was either 4 or 5 from Miami, Florida. Yeah, he and Becky had been jonesing to go on a cruise for literally years now. And, of course, he was able to chime in there Thursday morning for our final show before Christmas. And I saw some of his posts. He sent some photos from Miami, some of the pictures of the beach before departing this past afternoon. My. You see all these cruise ships right now that many of them, they say, are being monitored. Yeah, even with all these people vaccinated, they're having outbreaks of COVID. Authorities this past day said they are monitoring dozens of cruise ships hit by the COVID while sailing in the country's waters. Several of them in denied ports in the Caribbean. Over 60 vessels are under observation right now. Cases of COVID reaching what they call the threshold for investigation. That's the word from the CDC. Washington Post reported several cruise liners were denied port of scheduled destinations. One of them was the Carnival Freedom, which was turned away from the Caribbean island of Bonaire. One passenger, a 34-year-old passenger on board, said, "We're sailing on a petri dish. I feel like I just spent my past week at a super spreader event." In a statement to the AFP, Carnival confirmed a small number on board were isolated due to positive tests. But this is the whole Omicron variant, the rapid spread, which may shape how some destination authorities with limited resources may say, I don't care if you just have a handful of passengers, we don't want them bringing it ashore. Either way, the Carnival Freedom arrived in Miami this past morning, debarked all guests, and was slated to depart on its next voyage as planned. And trying to recall, I asked Gary I think he may have been boarding that ship because I know he was sailing out of Miami. Let's see. If we're denied entry at a certain point, we'll work to find an alternative destination. They added the CDC was fully informed and supportive of our protocols. Now, earlier last week, they had the Royal Caribbean cruise with 55 people that tested positive on board. passengers and some crew members on the Odyssey of the Seas, despite 95% of the people on board having been vaccinated, according to Royal Caribbean. But this, we've been on these, they call them the Southern Caribbean cruises, going way down to the likes of Aruba, all the way down towards Central America. And on those cruises, typically, the number one destinations are Aruba and Curacao, those neighboring islands. Yeah, last time we did our last cruise, I believe we did have a Curacao and Aruba stop. And Curacao was my favorite stop on that particular cruise. They were denied entry to both of those destinations. That's where you head out to sea and you have one or two stops, and then it's a couple of days at sea to get all the way down there, like I said, nearly into Central America, to be denied entry at those ports. So everybody pretty much just had fun days at sea. They returned to the port at Fort Lauderdale yesterday as well, but typically, what do you get? Like a $50 onboard credit per person for being denied entry at a port, which that's not fair compensation from not being able to get off at places like Aruba and Curacao. But best of wishes. I hope all goes well for Bourbon Street Gary. Hello to Table Scraps. He says, good morning. Merry Christmas, Steve. COVID, double pneumonia, head never down but not out. Finally getting out of this damn house and going to work. Just a little tickle in the chest, but I'm good, I think. So he's been, you've been locked in for like 3 weeks? 3 weeks of this crap is enough. All right, so at least you're feeling a bit better. So you had the COVID, the double pneumonia, the whole works. Glad you're feeling better there, Table Scraps. It is 844-844-3388. And we'll get to your calls just ahead. First, a news break as we close out hour number 1 here on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The White House making it clear as the new year approaches that its top priority now is getting that Build Back Better social spending plan passed. The Republican Senator Roy Blunt of Missouri says there's a lot in that bill that Republicans would support, but there's plenty more that they will not.
Of course, there are things in there that you could be for, but I don't see how anybody could in good conscience support a bill that is putting another $5 trillion into the economy over a decade, and an awful lot of that goes into the economy immediately. 6.8% inflation could become something bigger than that, and 6.8% is way bigger than we can handle right now.
He spoke on Fox News Sunday. Over 4,000 domestic flights impacted by delays or cancellations again today. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
Word is the Department of Defense is going to cut the cost of living allowance for many troops in the upcoming year. Stars and Stripes is reporting nearly 50,000 troops living in the continental U.S. will be affected by this change. The department is cutting the stipend from troops living in 15 metropolitan areas and 21 non-metro counties, including Washington, D.C. and Boston. 6 metro areas and 20 non-metro counties will remain on the list for the stipend next year. That includes New York City, Long Island, Boulder, Colorado, and San Francisco. New Year's Eve celebrations in some U.S. cities now being cut back because of the Omicron variant of COVID-19. Good example is New York City, where Mayor Bill de Blasio says the city's Times Square Midnight Ball Drop event is likely to go on but will be scaled back. Berlin, London, Paris, and Rome canceling their normal celebrations. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The holiday period has brought a deadly shark attack out west. Here's more from USA Radio's Wendy King.
Police in California say a surfer has died after he was attacked by a great white shark. The body of a male surfer was found in the water off Morro Bay State Park, which is about 225 miles north of Los Angeles. The death is under investigation. Beachgoers were told to stay out of the water for 24 hours following the attack. This is the first fatal shark attack in San Luis Obispo County in 18 years.
Saturday was like Christmas in July for some cities in the central U.S. Dallas, Texas, setting a Christmas Day record with a high temperature of 81 degrees on Saturday. Waco also had a record high 81. Further north, Cincy recorded its warmest Christmas Day ever, hitting 67 degrees. The Powerball jackpot's getting bigger. Lottery officials say no one picked all 6 numbers in the last drawings, so that means Monday's jackpot will be worth $416 million. Saturday's numbers were, for the record, 27, 29, 45, 55, 58. Powerball number was 2. Tickets matching 5 numbers but missing the Powerball number were sold in California, South Carolina, and Tennessee. Those tickets are worth $1 million each. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, welcome aboard. As we roll into hour number 2. This Monday, close out Christmas weekend. Hard to believe another in the books. It goes by so quickly. New Year's weekend just around the corner, and we'll say bid adieu to 2021. I'm looking at the breakdown. Santa Claus sent me the links out west. Current conditions for I-80, conditions in the San Francisco Bay Area. No restrictions reported for that area. In the Northern California area, Sierra Nevada closed, I-80 closed from Applegate to the Nevada state line, low visibility. Chains are required on all vehicles except four-wheel drive with snow tires on all 4 tires. From, 3.4 miles east of Gold Run to the Nevada state line. And high wind advisories are in effect as well. From the Solano-Yolo County line to the Yolo-Sacramento County line. Travel not recommended for campers, trailers, or permit loads. And all westbound trucks are required to stop at the brake check area, half a mile west of Nyack, to reduce the risk of brake fires. Yeah, and here's a subtle hint. If you stop to check your brakes and they're smoking and appear to be red hot, the advice is don't hop back in the truck and proceed. As our young 23-year-old driver did a couple of years ago. And, of course, that's been a big story in recent weeks. And believe it or not, we've got an update on that story. Public records obtained by 9 News reveal the owner of that company involved in that fatal crash is connected to a newer company that was registered the day after that crash back in 2019. The newer company, Volt Trucking, also has a history of violations involving brakes and brake connections, according to the online federal transportation records. With all the media focus on the 110-year sentencing of Madero's, news that the owner of the trucking company is still active in the industry may not come as welcome news to victims. The original company, Castellano 03 Trucking, dissolved a few months after that fatal crash. That 28-car pileup, April the 25th of 2019. But the day after the crash, April 26th, Volt Trucking, LLC, was registered as a business with the Texas Secretary of State's office. Both companies, according to public records obtained by 9 News, were registered to the same Houston home address. In a financial document filed with the state of Texas, Volt Trucking, LLC also lists Castellano 03 Trucking as its principal place of business. Now, there was the name of Yemi Galen Segura, who was the owner of Castellano 03, appears in the signature line for a Texas franchise tax public information report, which was filed for Volt Trucking. We called the number connected to Volt Trucking, and a woman who answered to the name Yami would not answer questions about the two companies and hung up the phone. Of course, Aguilera Maderos and Castellano 03 are the targets of a lawsuit filed by one of the crash victims who survived the crash, Leslie Ross. Ross says in the lawsuit she suffered permanent physical disfigurement. And her attorney said he's not all that surprised to hear the news. It's extremely difficult for victims to understand how the state of Texas ever allowed these same people to reopen and operate under another trucking company under a different name after destroying so many families and lives. Frankly, it's disgusting. Yeah, don't they call those chameleon carriers? Chameleon carriers. They're involved in an incident of this nature, something that may lead to massive lawsuits, and they file bankruptcy and they shut down, and they come back and just open up under a different name. Now, I thought the FMCSA was clamping down on chameleon carriers years ago, and that memory serves, prior to 2019, they probably shouldn't be in operation, especially if they're just following in suit with the way they were operating Castellano 03, which had numerous brake safety violations, according to the federal records. All right, let's get to our calls here. And would that be, is that Damon?
Damon.
Damon, hello, Damon.
Damon. Nice to meet you, Steve. I listen to your Well, I listened to your dad first. Your voice and his was so much alike. I didn't know when you was filling in for him. You both had the matter of fact. I drove Metrobus Cincinnati. I've been up here in Dayton driving 30 years. And I had the movers on the truck, Steve, that moved your dad. They said he was super when he moved to Florida.
Oh, really?
They said they moved your dad. Yeah, they were real nice. And they said your dad was super when he retired, moved down to Florida. It's a moving company over by Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They move all the military people. Your dad used them when he moved down there years ago and everything. But I'm a fan of yours. I listen to you at night. When you jumped ships and moved over, I found you and learned a lot. I learned a lot about respect for truck drivers, even though I 30 years of keeping that bus on the road. I would have stayed in Cincinnati. I slept in the garage over on Bond Hill and had to rent a basement in Norwood, get trained 5 weeks to get a CDL back in 1990, which thank God I kept it, no blemishes on it, and got all the million-mile, awards for it. Not bragging, but I'd be getting up right now to work at 2:30. So, I listened to you. Really great show, with all the Monkey Gouger and all Eagle, and all of them that call in to you. It's like a family,
all those cartoon characters. Yeah.
Yeah, cartoons like, Drive the Bus, Jerry Springer Show on Wheels, Steve. You think you've heard it all. There's something else, but they're good to you. No, we have some RTA. It's a regional transit authority up here in Dayton, the Greater Dayton RTA. I'm a little bit older than you. I just had enough years to leave last November. Well, a guy rear-ended me on Wayne Avenue over here, so I'm not going to get into every detail, but I was 65, so I said, get out while you can. And then your Metro contacted me. They want me back down there. They're short on drivers. I don't see myself going back to driving again.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a tough job. We have several truck drivers drive buses up here in Dayton and in Cincinnati. So it's a 40-foot vehicle. You do slide in ice and snow. You got cameras like a big a movie camera going down, video camera inside and out going down the road. So it's tough. You get up, you do your time points and get everybody there safely. And, it was a decent job. I left. I can go back. Because the guy rear-ended me. I was November 30th, 2020. He did it. So I just had a sore neck from that. I can go back now with my seniority. I don't think I'm going to, Steve. But we had a lot of deaths, bus drivers. Like Dr. Russ said, number one killer. And like I said, I listened to your show, Steve, and I listened to your truck drivers going across the United States. And I tell you what, way tougher than driving the bus in circles, And the guy that trained me, Mike Ryan, out of Cincinnati Metro, he looked just like Chuck Norris and probably just as tough. And I was lucky to have him with me. Yeah, he's a tough guy. I think he's still down there doing, I don't know if he's doing Metro. I heard he went to Tank. But he was a real good guy to train and everything. But several of the talk show hosts, or three of them, and none of, like me, I've only taken one shot of that vaccination. So I just looked on the internet tonight, Steve, and I see a young man, 18 years old, was going to play football. He's dead. What happened? His heart stopped. So I'm not, I don't know. I did the first shot May 30th, so I'm way overdue for, I don't think I'm going to get it. Put tea tree oil in your nose, Steve, and put some menthol lozenges, and hopefully this virus wears out so it thins out where nobody's getting. Two of my friends have died, though, from the virus. They both worked with me at Kroger's, and they were in their early 50s, Steve, so they're both dead. So,
wow. Yep.
But I enjoy your show. You got a great show. The characters that you get calling in, there's, was that Axelrod or something that calls in there? I think that's his name.
Flyrod.
Flyrod, yeah. He's something else, yeah. Making fun of Big Moose and all of the characters, just like... But anybody drives for a living, right now, truck drivers, And then winter's coming, see, so you just give all the weather report across the country. So, for the drivers, and they wanted me to drive JB Hunt in 1990, but I was at Kroger's for 20 years and still there, and Kroger's had Myers coming into town, so they were telling us they were going to reduce hours and all this. So I said, what can I do for a living? I'm in my 30s. Where can I go? So I went down to Cincinnati and jumped right in and drove the bus 10 hours the first day. Didn't have CDL, and I quit the first day. I told them I got to go back to Dayton, or I live in Kettering now, but I got to get back, and I got to, charge my batteries to be back tomorrow morning. So I better find a place to live to get trained. And they hired me 3 times. The second time I drove your weekend routes, 78 Tri-County, Route 4, Loveland, Silverton, Route 64, Dana, Erie, Norwood, Oakley. Then they switched to 5 days a week. So I couldn't do it. I still at Kroger's. But I went into the Dayton company on a Wednesday. By Friday night, I was in there baptizing the buses, and because I had a CDL. And then I did that, and then till the union. Then they had to start driving the school kids from 92 to 94, and then I went full time driving the electric trolley. 94 in August, 100 degrees, no air condition. Good thing I lifted weights all my life.
Oh boy!
You had to be in shape to turn the wheel. Yeah. 50 people going up and down Salem Avenue in Dayton.
Wow.
Jam-packed. You couldn't wear shorts. But they hire all the time down at, anybody driving now can get a job. And I still renewed my CDL. It's good to 2024. I kind of get bored I get to stay, walk my dog Jeannie, and, paint inside the house. Don't go too many places, though. You struggle with the virus, You want to... As soon as you hear all these people, I think we had, Steve, 16,000 people. We set the highest number of people got the virus. But I think...
in like a day. I think New York recorded 50,000 cases in a day. That was like a new record. The Omicron is spreading like wildfire. But hey, Damon, thank you so much for checking in. You've seen a lot over the years, been out there for many, many miles. Hey, what's going on with Captain Ron this morning? Or is it just Ron? Hello, Ron. Okay, maybe we lost Ron. Give us a ring back, Ron. It's 844-844-3388. Get to Wheelchair Dave. Just ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Let's head on down to, I believe, Lake Lanier. And Wheelchair Dave. Morning, Wheelchair Dave. How was your Christmas?
Oh, pretty good, Steve. Merry Christmas to you as well. And how did things turn out with your family?
Had a wonderful Christmas. I think the grandkids, we spoiled them rotten as anticipated. Everything went well.
That's fantastic. And I guess you didn't have any high winds. None of your inflatables blew away or nothing?
Yeah, weather was pretty good. We had some decent, well, like I said, had the warmest. We had 69 degrees on Christmas Day.
Yeah, that's we had a pretty warm, almost 70 degrees down here today as well. It's pretty warm. You were talking about that rocket launch, that telescope.
Yes.
I find extremely exciting. To me, that's just very, very exciting, and I really hope that each step comes off perfect, because as you described, it has to be a 10 or it may not work.
Mm-hmm.
So that's looking forward to upcoming news on that. Oh, speaking of local news, here, up there in Gainesville, Georgia, they announced that there's going to be a R&L terminal coming up here to Gainesville. They had bought some property and going to have, I think, 185 semis, trucks rolling in and out all the time.
Yeah.
Going to hire employees or something like that. So that's some good future news about R&L there.
All right, yeah, that's a well-known name here with the big terminal just to the north of us here.
Yeah, boy, I tell you what, the people that own that, I don't personally know them. Have you ever met the guy that owns that R&L, him and his wife?
No, sir, have not. Nope.
They've got a huge horse ranch down there in Ocala, and they're into the high-end horses, and they've got quite a spread going on there. So let's see what else I got for you. I like to listen to that Cyclones hockey. You know, I enjoy the hockey to get me through when the other sports aren't available.
Uh-huh.
And old Cyclones won 7-1 tonight against Wheeling, West Virginia. But you know, you can get something going with the old monkey gouger there, because down in his area they got a thing called the swamp North Carolina swamp rabbits or something like that. I can't remember. Yeah, I guess they're coming into your town. I guess they're coming up there this week or something. Monkey gouger must be coming up with his posse. Hope he had a good Christmas as well. So anyhow, I was trying to get in your Wednesday night, Thursday morning, your last night, and I tried to get in. You were slammed.
That was, not surprisingly, a busy night. Everybody calling to say Merry Christmas and all. Exactly. It was busy.
So is it technically still Christmas?
Oh, technically, it's for who?
I mean, for the listening audience and stuff like that, or are we going to close the door? Are we still open for Christmas a little bit? Because I've got a Christmas carol for you.
Okay, well, sure.
It's an interesting one. I think you'll get a kick out of it. I normally don't do this, but and I can't take credit for it, you know. But it's going to go out there for Millie and for Philip. So if you would bear with me. What it is someone redid that Winter Wonderland.
Okay.
So I'm going to try to real quick if you don't mind.
Okay, lay it on us.
All right. Palm trees wave, are you listening? In the pool, water glistening, a beautiful sight. We're happy tonight, living in the Florida Wonderland. Gone away is a blizzard. Here to stay is the lizard. A warm sunny day, we like it that way. Living in a Florida wonderland. On the beach we'll have a picnic. Turtles and seagulls and sun. Christmas dinner is an old tradition. It's grouper and stone crab by the ton. Later on we'll perspire as the temperatures rise even higher. A warm sunny day, we like it that way. Living in a Florida wonderland. That's right, a warm sunny day, we like it that way. Living in a Florida wonderland. That's it, buddy.
All right. Hey. Well, Merry Christmas from the Florida Wonderland down there, right? Well, he's not quite in Florida. He's in Gainesville, but yeah, I pulled up our forecast here, Cincinnati weather. It is forecast to hit 71 degrees again today. Then we're in the 50s, middle 50s most of the week. 53 Tuesday, 58 Wednesday, 54, 56. Yeah, back to 61 next Saturday. Then finally, it looks like we return to winter conditions. Of course, we're going to be a week into, what is that? I guess wrapping up the New Year's weekend. All right, so warm for the entire final week of December. In January, it looks like January is going to come roaring in. After a high of 61 Saturday, we drop to the freezing mark Saturday night. Sunday only gets to 36. Then we're down into the teens. Sunday night into Monday morning. Welcome into the new year with a rude awakening, according to this forecast. Teens. All right, we'll get a news break. Chevy Guy online. Pappy going to be checking in here. Looks like Captain Ron is back as well. You want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The White House making it clear as the new year approaches that its top priority now is getting that Build Back Better social spending plan passed. The Republican Senator Roy Blunt of Missouri says there's a lot in that bill that Republicans would support, but there's plenty more that they will not.
Of course, there are things in there that you could be for, but I don't see how anybody could in good conscience support a bill that is putting another $5 trillion into the economy over a decade, and an awful lot of that goes into the economy immediately. 6.8% inflation could become something bigger than that, and 6.8% is way bigger than we can handle right now.
He spoke on Fox News Sunday. Over 4,000 domestic flights impacted by delays or cancellations again today. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you so much. Again, hope you had a Merry, Merry Christmas. Looking forward to the new year. And don't forget, Hot Shot Secret's #1 selling oil additive, of course, the Stiction Eliminator, available at Travel Centers of America and Petro stopping centers nationwide. Make your engine run better with a money-back guarantee. Grab your bottle today. Yeah, hello to Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia. It's a pleasant 57 degrees. Had a wonderful Christmas with Mom, my wife's son, and his family, and a neighborhood friend. Lots of great food, desserts, and I got a windfall of Buckeye sweatshirts, pants, and an Atlanta Braves championship hat. Hope you had a great Christmas with your family as well. I'm going to work my tail off this week to get back by Friday, and then it's vacation time. First one where nothing's really planned except for some golf and some rest And I'm really looking forward to it. So have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. You got it, Buckeye boy. And thank you for listening to the program and participating, sharing with your emails. I'm going to bump Captain Ron back up since you were slated to be with us. What's going on, Ron?
Staying in the fog tonight. Kind of foggy here around Florida-Georgia line right now. So I see you. Happy Monday, by the way.
Oh, your favorite day of the week, I know.
Best day of the week. But, you know, you were talking a few days ago, and I passed up a tow truck on the side of the road the other day. Rambler had one of his friends got killed. And Doc Holliday's, smartest man in America? Is that what his title is?
Yeah, very well could be the smartest man in the world, yeah.
Because I think I might have come up with an idea that might just knock him off of that ladder. Every time I see them tow trucks, they're on the traffic side of the truck on those controls. Don't they have controls on the other side of the truck where they could get away from the traffic side of the truck? Or does that make any sense?
It makes sense, but I assume there's controls just on one side, and honestly, I've never...
Well, if they're having people getting hit, I don't know why they don't put controls on the other side of the truck so they can be away from the traffic.
Yeah.
And maybe you can ask your son, why don't they do their business on the passenger side of the vehicles? I mean, seems to me it would be safer. At least they would have a vehicle between them and the traffic.
Right, yeah. I know that a lot of time, I guess when the officer approaches the vehicle they just pulled over, they kind of have to go to the driver's side to speak to the driver. I think oftentimes they'll return maybe to the passenger side when they're going to, hand over the citation or whatever.
It just seems like to me they could do the same business through the passenger side. I mean, most cars have power windows now. I don't know. Maybe ask him and let us know on a different day.
Well, you know what? Pappy's on the line. I can ask Pappy here in just a few minutes.
Well, he's probably listening then.
He's on hold. He's listening.
The other thing I had is Florida's had 60,000 new cases of COVID for the past 2 days. Now, there's no way that could be for Christmas because everything was closed, correct?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking we won't get those numbers for 2 or 3 days. But it's going crazy down here. My brother-in-law's got a cruise set up for March that has been bumped back since, I don't know, the past year and a half, 2 years now, waiting to get on a cruise. I don't know what's taking so long because I'm hearing of other people getting on cruises. My sister did 3 already, but I don't know. Well, that's about all I had for the night that I can think of right at the moment. Thanks for taking my call.
Well, thanks for calling. Thanks for dialing us back up there, Cap and Ron. And yes, be careful out there playing in the fog. You do have dense fog advisories. They've actually kind of expanded that to, you might as well say, the entire state of Georgia, because they've got fog advisories all the way up to the Georgia-Tennessee line now. What are we talking? Visibility quarter mile or less in dense fog. Southeast Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, the Big Bend area, southern portions of Georgia, pretty much all of Georgia now, through mid-mornings. So that means visibilities will frequently be reduced. Slow down, use your low-beam headlights, and leave plenty of distance. All right. All right, so who's next up here? Let me get to Chevy Guy. Thank you for holding in there, Chevy Guy. Happy Monday and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I'm going to do this real quick so Pappy can get on there and answer Captain Ron. Here in South Carolina, them blue lights are flashing. Law is you get in the left lane. You give them plenty of room. I oftentimes see officers approaching the car from the passenger side. And no DOT officers, especially out on the interstate, will approach you from the passenger side. So, it's, that's just the safest way to be. I know what they got to do to mark the car, but get everything on camera. But, safety first. DOT, you got the lights flashing, and all your tow trucks, they'll have their lights flashing. I don't care what color it is. I don't care if it's a car and somebody just changing the tire with their flashers on. You're supposed to move to the left lane on the interstates. Or I have, and if I can see it's clear, it's double yellow line. You've got the city cop to a state trooper with his blue lights on. I'm crossing them double yellow lines, and I'm going to, as long as I can do it safely, I'm not going to do it in a curve. I'll come to a stop, wait if it's in a curve. But, the idea is everybody walk away from the scene and make it home that night.
Yep.
So, other than that, I want to hush up and see what Pappy has to say. Over and out.
All right, hey, good to hear from you. And let's jump on down, see what's going on out there. How was your Christmas, Pappy?
It was good, Steve. I was off. And I'm off till the 1st of January. I got the whole week off. Yes, sir. Well, unfortunately, Captain Ron is not going to be the smartest man in the world because somebody already came up with that idea, Steve. Passenger side approaches, we do them. There's pros and cons to both. I can tell you this, if I'm on the highway and it's busy, traffic is heavy, I'm going to the passenger side.
Okay.
If you're out on the regular side streets or whatnot, I usually, because I've just been doing it so daggone long, go to the driver's side. There's pros and cons. The whole thing is when you first stop this car, you position your patrol vehicle, about 3 feet to the left on an angle a little bit of the vehicle you're stopping. That gives you some protection. And you kind of turn your wheels to the right. So if you do get rear-ended, your vehicle will go towards the
guardrail instead of into the,
Mm-hmm. Right. A lot of younger guys like the passenger side approach, because they're expecting you to come from the driver's side. So, if they got a beer in their lap, they try to put it in the center console. You can see things a little easier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's easy, in my opinion. You get people that argue, but in my opinion, if somebody wants to shoot you, that's easier done from a passenger side approach. So, but hey, answer his question, yes, we do them. So, what else is going on, man? I first originally called. I really didn't have too much to say, man. It sounded like the show kind of.
The phones have been pretty. That's the way it is on a Sunday night on a normal week, and even more so tonight. So,
all right. Yeah, so I was just gonna call chit chat, man. That's all. I didn't know what man they say. But man, Steve, they're talking 70 degrees tomorrow, right?
71, the forecast high. Yes.
Yes, sir. I think on your news, I didn't watch any of the local news here, but on your top of the news, they said Cincinnati broke a record today.
I know we broke a record on Christmas Day. Christmas Day was 69 degrees. That's the warmest Christmas day since they kept records in 128 years.
Yes, that's what I meant. I'm I'm still on Saturday. Over in Sunday.
Still Christmas Day. I got you.
Yeah. So I go to bed. But yeah, 71, man. I told you just a few nights ago when Eagle called, man, was talking about the weather. I remember I got out of the Navy, man. There's a day in January, it was 70-something degrees. I was walking around in a t-shirt. So it ain't abnormal. Don't think, the world's coming to an end in 12 years.
Well, while it's exceptionally warm in some places, it's exceptionally cold in other places. That kind of makes up for it.
Yes, sir. And mark my words, give it about 2, 3, 4 weeks, Steve, we're going to be complaining because it's probably going to be like 12 degrees.
I mean, they're already showing. I said, yes, next Sunday night, it's showing 14, I believe. So
here in the city? Here
in Cincinnati. Queen. Yep, reality check is coming.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's coming, man. Well, they always say, you don't like the weather in Cincinnati, stick around, it will change. Right.
In very short order.
All right, I'll let you go. I guess this week, Steve, the only thing I can say is if all the cartoon characters could call in and you know how it is at the first of the year, let's everybody give their 2022 predictions, right? See what's going to happen in 2022, man. I don't know. That could be a bum show. That could be a bummer, man. Everybody starts predicting what's going to happen.
It could be some interesting things for sure. All right. Well, thank you much, Pappy. We got to get a quick timeout. I did say, while it's exceptionally warm in some parts of the planet, it's exceptionally cold in others. Over the Christmas weekend, extreme cold and heavy snow hit large parts of Korea. Temperatures dropping as low as minus 25.4 degrees Celsius. While the mercury began to fall Saturday afternoon, the capital city's Sunday morning low reached that minus 16. Coldest temperature in December in nearly 41 years there. The lowest temperature ever recorded in Seoul in December was minus 16.2. That was back in 1980. Well, the cold continued through the afternoon, and temperatures remaining minus 7 even during the afternoon. Cold wave alerts were issued in most regions over the weekend. They said Sunday morning temperature dropped to minus 25.4. The coldest figure of the winter. Yes, some parts of Korea were blanketed with heavy snow on Saturday. 55.9 centimeters of snow over the Christmas weekend. So airport travel, some of the airports were shut down for hours at a time. This past morning, flight delays, flight cancellations. All right, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. And yeah, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Predictions for 2022. I'll just think about that a minute. Hello, always moving.
Good morning and happy day after Boxing Day. You know, the 25th is Christmas and the 26th is Boxing Day.
Boxing Day in Canada. Yeah.
So we always had our, my personal family, meaning after I got married and had Allison, my daughter, we always had our big dinner on Boxing Day. We would do the Christmas, the gifts at our house, and then go to my husband's parents' home for Christmas Day and their dinner. And then on Boxing Day, we would have we would fix our own big meal and stuff like that. That was our thing. So that's why I know about Boxing Day. That's how we always did it. But I worked Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, both long days. And a lot of people, Christmas Eve was kind of quiet. And then, today, filling right back up. And, one thing about the little COVID-19, what it's doing now is, you could be coming in for, an infected toenail or something, just anything. But everybody gets tested before they're admitted. And people that are just clueless that they have it. So, yeah, your negative airflow rooms are full. More people have it than what you realize. It doesn't mean that they are sick with it, but they are admitted. And so with everybody getting tested all over the place all the time, and as freely as this is flowing, yes, it's a lot of people have it. I mean, staff are constantly, the minute they cough, they're running and getting tested. It's got a lot of people, it's just everywhere. We're all going to wind up with it somehow, some way. Whether you have it or not will be the kicker, because it's just hard to tell. Hard to tell.
When it comes to the Omicron, the statistics I saw last week, I don't know if you've heard when I was sharing that. I mean, they're predicting 60% of the population in the country will have come down with it by March. And this report said 90% may show no symptoms of those that come down with it. Yeah. So there's going to be I don't know. I don't really understand why. Some people get so sick and even die, and others have no idea they even have it.
Yeah. And I don't understand all of it, but I forget if I shared with you that they, one of the common denominators that we see is the morbidly obese get drastically ill. And I did read an article a couple weeks ago I sent out to some people that said that they have now figured out that the COVID-19 virus cells, if I'm describing this right, goes into the fat cells and hides and then multiplies in there. And then that's why it overtakes the body all at once. That's where it's been hiding. And that is why the morbidly obese are suffering with it so bad. And talking to everybody, you know, they will tell you, I mean, not that, I mean, you can have a thin person who gets it and becomes, you know, deadly ill, but if you're overweight and come in with it, wow, you know, you just go to the head of the list of, not going to look good for them. And that's a shame, you know, but at least they have figured out where this thing is hiding and stuff like that. So I thought that was interesting. And, you know, that all takes time to discover all that, to figure things out. So I'm not surprised it took a long time, but it does explain what we had been seeing firsthand with the patients.
Mm-hmm.
So, and was that Wheelchair Dave that sang the song?
It
Winter
was.
Wonderland in
Yes.
Florida?
Mm-hmm.
Well, major kudos and congratulations. He had a very nice voice. Trust me, you don't want me to try to sing anything. But he really, and held it, you know, in all the rough parts, he did very, very good, because some of that stuff is tough to do. So applause to him. That was very good, very well done. And I have met the people that own R&L carriers. I met them. I've known them for many, many years. They opened up their first horse arena up here in Wilmington, and of course we were with horses. So I know them since they got started, and my personal dealings with them, they have always been incredibly generous to me and incredibly friendly to me. Just very, 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 very nice to me. And one time we had a wreck with a truck and trailer, and we were hauling for a world title, and, you know, called around to get some help, and their son was right there at my house. What can we do to help? I mean, you know, the horse community is small. I mean, it's massive, but they're tight, like the truckers. And so I really appreciated that. And what they have done up here in Wilmington, with what they have done with the arena in the last several years, it just brings so much business to the local businesses in Wilmington. That's been quite a lifeline for them, especially after DHL left. You know, that they were able to bring that in, and that was mainly to their son Robbie. But you know, their other son Larry, I mean, he still farms. You know, it's amazing. I mean, they're very, very, very generous to me and to people that I see. So, you know, there's that. And then what was my other thing I was going to tell you? Oh, I am training for a 55K run along the Continental Divide across the mountaintops between Idaho and Montana. And I've been on a waiting list, and I found out today I'm up to number 2, so it looks like I will get to make the run. I'm very, very excited about it. I can't wait to have my picture taken on top of the mountain. I mean, that just blows my mind when I think about that. But that is incredible that I'm going to get to do that. So whether they haul me off in the mountain on a helicopter and doing CPR, I don't know. But I will at least have given it a try. And you know what? If that's where it's my time to go, I'm going to go with a great big old smile on my face. But yeah, I'm totally excited about that. So that's coming up. But anyway, Animals All got a special Christmas dinner. We had a really good carry-in on our unit. And that's about my Christmas. Was very nice, very, you know, with my extended work family. I got a lot of pictures from my daughter out in Idaho. It looks like her and her family had a real nice Christmas. I sent them holiday socks and little headbands with antlers and stuff on it, some jellies to put on the window, just some fun things, you know, for them to play with. And she said they all loved it and the kids had a blast. So
that's great.
There you go. But other than that, I will, I mean, it's just a fun thing. And you know, it really is about the little ones, but, you know, I always keep the meaning for the reason for the season near and dear to my heart. And thanks, so grateful that God put his only son here on the earth. I'm very, very pleased with that. So thanks to all of that. So I will let go, and you guys have a wonderful night.
Thank you for sharing,
We'll talk
and
to you later.
thank you. Yes. And that leaves things clear lines once again at 844-844-3388. We'll get a news break, and you jump on in as we get the final week of 2021 off and rolling. A Monday coming on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The White House making it clear as the new year approaches that its top priority now is getting that Build Back Better social spending plan passed. The Republican Senator Roy Blunt of Missouri says there's a lot in that bill that Republicans would support, but there's plenty more that they will not.
Of course, there are things in there that you could be for, but I don't see how anybody could in good conscience support a bill that is putting another $5 trillion into the economy over a decade, and an awful lot of that goes into the economy immediately. 6.8% inflation could become something bigger than that, and 6.8% is way bigger than we can handle right now.
He spoke on Fox News Sunday. Over 4,000 domestic flights impacted by delays or cancellations again today. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wade Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
Word is the Department of Defense is going to cut the cost of living allowance for many troops in the upcoming year. Stars and Stripes is reporting nearly 50,000 troops living in the continental U.S. will be affected by this change. The department is cutting the stipend from troops living in 15 metropolitan areas and 21 non-metro counties, including Washington, D.C. and Boston. 6 metro areas and 20 non-metro counties will remain on the list for the stipend next year. That includes New York City, Long Island, Boulder, Colorado, and San Francisco. New Year's Eve celebrations in some U.S. cities now being cut back because of the Omicron variant of COVID-19. Good example is New York City, where Mayor Bill de Blasio says the city's Times Square Midnight Ball Drop event is likely to go on but will be scaled back. Berlin, London, Paris, and Rome canceling their normal celebrations. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The holiday period has brought a deadly shark attack out west. Here's more from USA Radio's Wendy King.
Police in California say a surfer has died after he was attacked by a great white shark. The body of a male surfer was found in the water off Morro Bay State Park, which is about 225 miles north of Los Angeles. The death is under investigation. Beachgoers were told to stay out of the water for 24 hours following the attack. This is the first fatal shark attack in San Luis Obispo County in 18 years.
Saturday was like Christmas in July for some cities in the central U.S. Dallas, Texas, setting a Christmas Day record with a high temperature of 81 degrees on Saturday. Waco also had a record high 81. Further north, Cincy recorded its warmest Christmas Day ever, hitting 67 degrees. The Powerball jackpot's getting bigger. Lottery officials say no one picked all 6 numbers in the last drawings, so that means Monday's jackpot will be worth $416 million. Saturday's numbers were, for the record, 27, 29, 45, 55, 58. Powerball number was 2. Tickets matching 5 numbers but missing the Powerball number were sold in California, South Carolina, and Tennessee. Those tickets are worth $1 million each. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Another hour, got a long way to go. Full 5-hour show here on a Monday morning as we close out the Christmas weekend and welcome in our number 844-844-3388. Yes, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker here in Cincinnati, Ohio. And I don't mention it nearly enough for those who may have just recently found us via the YouTube Overnight Drive or the Facebook page. You can listen on your smartphone at any time. You catch the live program from midnight to 5 Eastern Time. Then throughout the day, we'll rerun that night's show and previous shows throughout the day. Catch up on some of the programs you might have missed. You can download the app available for your iPhone or your Android. Go to the respective store, Google Play or the iPhone App Store, and just search overnightdriveradio.com. And you'll find it. It's a free download. With a push of the button, you can listen in, as I said, any time of day. And then, of course, if you can listen on demand, all the major podcast services, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, TuneIn, iHeartRadio Podcast, and many, many more. You find links to all those at overnightdriveradio.com. And you can get some of our Hot Shot Secret Overnight Drive Radio swag there as well. T-shirts, hats, got the 30-ounce travel mugs with the Overnight Drive Radio logo on one side, Hot Shot Secret Studios logo on the other. Those are nice. Classy. Just go to overnightdriveradio.com. And for listeners to the program, if you're a current Hot Shot Secret user or not, we'd like you to try the product. You can always get a 10% discount off your order every time using the discount code Overnight Drive at checkout. Just all one word, not a space in between. Overnight Drive. And that's 10% off in addition to the 10% that you always receive for military, whether you're veteran or active duty, first responders, and CDL holders. So you get a 20% off your order. There you go. Forecasters say the active weather pattern may throw a bit of a wrench into some of the plans for those hoping to travel this week between Christmas and New Year. This stormy pattern is going to stick around as the calendar flips into 2022. As the Christmas weekend came to a close, the bulk of the truly disruptive weather was from much of the Northeast this past day. Noticeably mild across the region as temperatures reach levels more akin to late fall. But that calmer, milder pattern is set to be disrupted rather quickly, they tell us. Another system is going to push through the Northeast into the New England area overnight tonight into Monday morning, with areas seeing some snow mixing in with some sleet and some rain. Areas near the coast may go over to all rain by this afternoon. Pennsylvania and New York are the most likely areas to see some slick travel this morning. There may be enough chilly air behind the weekend storm for a period of ice to occur. As far south, they tell us, as some of the northwestern suburbs of Baltimore and Washington, D.C., and as far east as maybe even the New York City metro area. Areas that are firmly in the path of this early week visit from Old Man Winter will include Toronto, Ontario, Buffalo, New York, Harrisburg and Allentown, PA, major metro areas like Detroit, New York City, and Philadelphia. You may walk a fine line between precip arriving as rain or the potential for some wintry mix. Later in the day today, by Monday night, this quick-hitting storm will spread its swath of impacts across New England. All right, many areas across the Northeast may only pick up a brief break in precipitation Tuesday before the next quick-hitting storm approaches. One after another, another system hot on the heels of Monday night's system brings another round of wet, possibly slippery conditions to the Northeast. We'll see a surge in moisture charge up the spine of the Appalachians later Tuesday through Tuesday night. Now, given the arrival time of this system and the cooler air that's already in place, many areas across the Northeast and the Great Lakes will have to strap in for another wintry mess. There's likely going to be a zone of sleet, freezing rain, and some snow setting up from northern Pennsylvania into upstate New York Tuesday night into Wednesday. So this system could cause some travel woes across a large portion of the Great Lakes, as well as the interior Northeast, as we head toward midweek here. Exercise caution on the roadways, especially during those overnight early morning hours when it's difficult to spot that layer of ice on the roadways. Obviously, bridges and overpasses, the first surfaces to turn icy. Mother Nature may even have a few tricks up her sleeve as the region prepares to say goodbye to 2021. As the persistent stormy pattern in the Northeast shows no signs of letting up, forecasters, they say, are watching closely, monitoring the potential for a more potent storm to swing through the eastern half of the U.S. shortly after the calendar flips to 2022. All right, there you go. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard the audio portion of the clip. The president, Joe Biden, and First Lady Jill, we're taking Christmas Eve calls from kids and whatnot around the country. Yeah, the president. Would you say he was fooled by a father of some of the children that he called for Christmas to track Santa Claus via NORAD, the Santa tracker? There was a father on the line, a guy named Jared, who said, well, Merry Christmas and let's go, Brandon. You know, the phrase that's caught on nationwide. To which Biden responded, let's go, Brandon. I agree. This is the first time that Biden has actually reacted to this phrase that's sweeping the nation. It's not clear if he even knows what it actually means. Back in November, the White House claimed Biden doesn't focus on it. I guess it came up in one of the press briefings, and Jen Psaki said, I don't think he spends much time focused on it or thinking about it. Biden spoke with several couples and children during the traditional Santa tracking event with military families, a tradition for the presidents on Christmas Eve. Yeah, First Lady Jill Biden led the call, and the president just kind of chimed in on occasion to some of the calls. But yes, stating that, let's go, Brandon. I agree. I'm thinking the president has no idea what it means. Now, the guy, Jared, that made the statement, oh boy, he's come under attack according to the update this past day. He said he was just making a joke, but he's receiving threats since the stunt. Jared is a father of 4. He told the Oregonian that he's being attacked for utilizing my freedom of speech and now receiving threatening phone calls. Now, as I said, the call that was streamed online immediately drew media attention because of Biden's response where he said, let's go, Brandon. I agree. Yeah, the president didn't appear to be affected at all by the quip. But Jared is a former police officer who works for a power company. They said his family typically calls into the NORAD Santa tracker on Christmas Eve every year. Yeah, he didn't know it was being live streamed. I understand that there is a vulgar meaning to let's go, Brandon. But I'm not that simple-minded, no matter how I feel about him. He said that I have no ill feelings toward Biden, but he argued Biden could be doing a better job as president. He said Biden seems like a cordial guy. There's no animosity or anything like that. It was merely just an innocent jest to express my God-given right to express my frustrations in a joking manner. He said, I love him just like I love my brother or sister. Now, he did go on to point out, he said, I am not a supporter of former President Donald Trump, but I am a free-thinking American and follower of Jesus Christ, was the way he put it. Let's go, Brandon. But the president actually said it, and you know that's being played around the country. The clips have been pulled. I agree. Let's go, Brandon. And it's 20 past the hour. All right, plenty of room for you on a quiet Monday morning at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So, of course, Christmas Day rolls around and everybody's snacking. I got up early, made the hanky-panky. You don't know what hanky-panky is? Not that. It's hanky-panky. It's a simple recipe. A pound of ground beef, a pound of, we prefer the hot, spicy sausage. You brown it all up, drain the grease, and put a pound of Velveeta cheese in, and it goes wonderful on like the Pepperidge Farm little Jewish rye bread. That's one of our snacks. And the barbecue meatballs, of course, cookies and all kind of. So everybody's eating their treats, and the doggy with his big, adorable eyes just looking at you like, "Come on, man, share, give me some, please." Well, me, the soft heart, the pushover I am, I gave him a couple. I know they can't have much. I gave him a few bites of hanky-panky. I think my mom tossed him a bite and gave him a little piece of the barbecue meatball and did give him a few doggy treats. And the next thing you know, he's over there yakking it all up. And I do see that you got to really be careful. So Christmas is over, but New Year's weekend's coming up, and it'll be the same thing. Everybody having their New Year's Eve celebrations, and they'll be looking at you with those adorable eyes. And they say they offer some prevention tips. First of all, this time of year, there are some plants and decorations that are hazardous to the health of our four-legged friends. Now, it says, as far as mistletoe is concerned, keep the mistletoe at a height suitable for adults to kiss under. Make sure your pets can't get to it. These plants contain lectin and phototoxins, toxic chemicals that can affect the heart, causing low blood pressure and a slowed heart rate, according to the Food and Drug Administration. I've always heard about poinsettias. The red and white plants, lovely holiday decor, but are also filled with a milky white latex sap that can be very irritating to your pet's mouth and stomach. So the symptoms of poinsettia poisoning, drooling, sometimes vomit and diarrhea. And it's the table scraps. That's where my turbo comes into play. It's hard to ignore those pleading eyes. But when you're giving Fido the fatty, rich foods from the holiday table, it could even result in pancreatitis, a potentially deadly and painful disease. Cats can also suffer symptoms like a decreased appetite and weight loss. And be careful about bones, of course. Make sure the garbage is secure, because the bones they get out of the trash can get stuck in your dog or cat's esophagus, leading to gagging or choking. Splintered bones can damage the mouth, the throat, and the stomach, and even get into the intestines, where they can create life-threatening blockages. Grapes, raisins, currants. They say keep bowls of these fruits and baked goods that contain them away from your pets. Researchers haven't pinned down the cause, but these fruits are toxic to animals and could lead to kidney failure. So the grapes, I didn't realize that. Now, we all know chocolate, right? Baking chocolate. Most pet owners know that chocolate is off limits for pets. But apparently baking chocolate is especially dangerous. It's got theobromine and caffeine, according to a veterinary toxicologist at the University of California, adding that these two ingredients are more highly concentrated in baking chocolate versus the likes of milk chocolate. He said 2 1-ounce squares of baking chocolate can be toxic to a 20-pound dog. 2 1-ounce squares. Then, of course, the cats love the tinsel and all those stringy decorations, the ribbons and all those things, but seemingly harmless decorations can lodge in the gastrointestinal tract if they swallow them. And with all the cats I've had over the years, yes, I learned. At Christmas time, we used to buy that silvery, I guess you call it the tinsel to decorate on the tree. The cat would just be gnawing on the stuff. And yes, when Easter time rolls around, I do not get the plastic grass for the grandkids' Easter baskets. They make paper grass, and now they even make edible grass. Yes, edible Easter grass that you or your pets can consume safely. But just sharing that because Thanksgiving weekend's coming up. I mean, New Year's weekend. And a lot of pets going to be wanting some treats. Give me a treat, Dad. What's going on, Vic?
Oh, not a lot. You're talking about that was my main occupation in life, animal nutrition and all that. And you're talking about your dog looking at you with his eyes there. You've probably seen that before, that when a dog look at you, they want eye contact. Then they know they've contacted with you. And that's pretty much the same for horses. And the odd thing is, if you ever go to a zoo, I didn't realize this till I just seen it the other day, how people make faces at the monkeys and all that.
Yeah.
That's actually a sign of aggression.
Really?
And I was watching a thing, a woman had went to a zoo every day and she thought she was chummy with this gorilla because she would smile and stuff, and the gorilla would bury his teeth back at her, and somehow he got loose, and then he attacked her, and she couldn't understand it because she thought she was chummy as that gorilla.
Oh, boy.
And when she told him what she did, is no, that's a sign of aggression among the ape family. So I didn't realize that, but, you learn something new every day. But I heard you talking about the Chameleon Trucking Company. I don't know what they're like now, but way back when in the 90s, whenever I did that, basically, I put up with a lot of it because for the Inspector General of the Department of Transportation, which basically I wasted a lot of time and money, but because they really didn't want to know. But what the Chameleon Trucking Companies were doing back then, they would open up and, they would go through everything. I believe you have to have a federal audit within 2 years or something of that nature. And right before they'd have to have their audit, they would shut that trucking company down, owe a lot of people, and they would start another one, and they would lie like a dog on their application that they'd never been a part of another trucking company. And then they would just dissolve the previous trucking company, and it was some type of corporate structure. And they wouldn't file bankruptcy because you can only do that so many times, even in the corporate bankruptcy. And they would just file papers of dissolution. So if anybody went to sue them, there was nothing there, or because most of them, when they shut down, they owed their drivers money. And by and large, like in my particular case, the state labor board said, well, you can file a complaint, but you're not going to get anything because, they made sure there's nothing there. So I don't know the particulars of that trucking company out there in Texas where that individual was driving for, but it's pretty hard to get anything out of those companies because they had the pattern down pat. And at the end of it all, when I talked to Mrs. Brown up there in the Department of Transportation, the Inspector General, and I was explaining all this, and I said, she said, well, that's just business. And I said, no, ma'am, I believe that comes under RICO, racketeering, influence, and corrupt organization. And she says, your contact number has just been canceled.
Ooh.
So that was kind of, that was, and then the IRS says, no, you can't deduct the lost wages under fraud because, I don't know, they gave me some ridiculous reason because at the time, if I could have taken that off my taxes, basically I would have gotten back most of my wages, but the IRS wouldn't let me do that. So I came to the consideration that the government knew these companies were operating, and I ran onto an individual that had to have an interstate driver's license, and I was at a Flying J truck stop, and anyway, he kind of came in there and he's looking around, didn't have a place to sit. My wife and I were there, and we were sat down. We got to talking, and he couldn't get an interstate driver's license because of his diabetes. But oddly enough, he was driving a tour bus for these seniors, taking them to the gambling boats. And I just kind of started talking, and this guy, he worked for the state Department of Transportation, driving salt trucks and stuff. He tells me this whole thing. I said, "You mean I did all that?" And he said, "Yeah, that's been going on for a long time." So I wasted a lot of time. I was using a lot of time and a lot of money on that. But by and large, I know those people were injured. They deserve something, but I will be surprised if they really get anything out of it. I don't think in that particular, I don't know what all that company was doing, but I do know a guy that ran a popcorn company, and he was told time and time again, you need to get the brakes fixed on this trailer. And he used to take popcorn up to Maumee, Ohio, and pick up fertilizer and carry it back to his farm supply store. Well, one day the brakes failed, and he ran over a family, and he immediately started changing a whole lot of things, and eventually sold his popcorn company to Ken Kirchville there from Dallas. I forget what they called him there on Dallas, but anyhow, that he did a lot of finagling around, and I don't know if the other company ever got anything out of him or not. But by and large, the pure comedian trucking companies, they're set up to scam everybody when they get started, and exactly how they keep getting away with it, I don't know, because it seems to be pretty well known. So,
and I know, like I said years ago, I know they were trying to, set up these databases to make sure that these chameleon carriers would cease to exist. So, in other words, essentially, you've got a company out there in the Volt Trucking that's probably running some of the same shoddy equipment and a good likelihood of unqualified drivers out there that led to the deaths of 4 and, 28 vehicles involved? I mean, they're out there. All right, a little behind there. We'll get our news break and back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The VP's New Year's resolution helped strengthen voting rights as Vice President Kamala Harris appeared on CBS's Face the Nation Sunday morning and doubled down on the importance of passing the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. Harris saying the stakes are too high to leave the issue unaddressed, expressing exasperation with half of the Senate for refusing to debate the legislation. For now, it all remains at a standstill. A new shortage, a glass bottle shortage affecting wineries and distilleries across the nation. The owner of a whiskey distillery in San Diego says they're living bottle to bottle a day at a time. Supply chain issues aren't just limited to bottles, of course. Distilleries and wineries also say they're having a hard time just getting a hold of corks and labels as well. And the demand is only increasing just ahead of New Year's Eve. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, we'll jump back into it here at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. On down to Florida. Hey there, Philip.
Hey, bud. Merry Christmas, man. I hope you had a good one. I did.
Had a good Christmas. Yes, sir. How about that launch And I guess it's going to be another 27, 28 days before we know whether the telescope fully unfurls correctly, but everything's going well to date.
Yeah, it was a great launch. It was cool. You don't see too many launches out of French Guyana, but that's where SpaceX started from. That's where they started launching their first rockets, was out of French Guyana in that area down in there. That rocket was a little bit of an older rocket, from what I understand it. The technology was a little bit older than what was out of. But they got her up there. That's cool. They need to do it because that Hubble, it's not going to be lasting much longer. I think it's on its last legs.
Yep.
So, we need to get it up there. I heard the other day, Steve, that down here we've got 5 major companies that are launching rockets, and they're going to get more down here at Cape Canaveral. So it's going to be pretty busy with this next year coming up out of the Cape. SpaceX, obviously, the SLS program, I talked to my friend yesterday. He said they're still working, but they're struggling. The other ones, with Blue Origin and them, they're going in. And also, that company that launched that rocket, they're out of French Guyana. They're working down here too as well. There's quite a few things happening down here with the rockets. One thing I want to say right now, though, is the rockets, a lot of people, they need to focus on what's going on because they're going to move a lot of equipment within the next year. You're going to see a lot of things happening. And still watching China and what they're doing with their space station. So we'll keep an eye on that and everything. But before I go, Steve, I want to mention we lost 3 great musicians within the last week. I know a lot of people, they listen to the music that the style that they want, but first off, we lost J.D. Crowe, who was a world-renowned banjo player.
Yep.
We lost Chubby Howard, who was an amazing steel guitar player. And then there was a guy that was down here in Florida. He played with a band back in the day, bluegrass band. He was really well known amongst the bluegrass community. His name was James Tucker, and he was known by a lot of bluegrass players. A great dobro player, amazing vocalist. I mean, really good guy. Actually played with the Marshall Tucker band back in the early days when they started that band, and helped them get that off of the ground. And so we lost a few guys over the holidays. I know it's kind of a downer a little bit, not to be a downer because of the holiday season, but these guys, they needed their rep. JD was unbelievable. I know everybody in those bluegrass knew JD, so, but just wanted to mention that. As far as Disney went, has your nephew come down yet? Did they figure out when they're coming down?
I'm trying to recall. The wedding was, I think, they should be there now. I think they were coming down this past Wednesday.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, tell them to stop over on the Resort Monorail side and say hi to me. Today I'll be at the Grand Floridian today. Yesterday I was at the Contemporary, driving the train out of there, but they got us on hiatus with training right now, so we're all regular Joes out there moving people. So
okay.
But you guys were talking about Chameleon trucking companies. I was in LTL for over 15 years, and you talk about trucking companies that would do crazy things. You should see that. Central did it back in the day. There was quite a few of the trucking companies. I actually had the opportunity to work with a cartage company that a lot of the little LTL carriers, they didn't want to come into Chicago back in the day and set up a terminal, so they would use our terminal, and they still do it to this day. They pay cartage companies to cart their freight for them. And, that business it's really, you got to be really careful with it. You got to be really careful of it.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve, if you ever get a chance, I think I talked to you about it before. Look up the Willis family accident that happened in Milwaukee back in the 90s. There was a preacher and his wife, and they lost their children in an accident because a truck lost a mud flap bar, and they ran over it and caught their van on fire, and their family perished in a van fire. If you ever get a chance to look that up, it was a big big deal with trucking. It changed a lot of things in Illinois. Did you remember the license scam that they had in Illinois about they were selling licenses?
Oh, yeah, the
back
license
in
for
the 90s?
bribes, yes, where the governor went to prison, yes.
You know what started that was that Willis family accident. What happened in that was they had an individual who was, I believe he was Mexican, if I remember right, the driver that actually lost that mud flap bracket. And when they investigated his situation and his license and everything, they found out that he had paid for his license. He didn't actually even take the test. He paid for his license. And that's what spurred that investigation about the licensing scandal in Illinois. So, I mean, there's a lot of history back there in that deal. If you get a chance, look up about that accident. It was a really big accident. The family lost a lot of children. I mean, it was really bad. But there was a lot of things that turned up out of it.
Wow.
And still going out of it to this day. But that's pretty much all I got to say, Bud. You have a happy New Year, and thanks for letting me talk, man.
Hey, good to hear from you. I'm glad you had a good Christmas weekend and enjoy your day there at the Mickey Mouse Resort, right? With all the holiday revelers down there. It is 844-844-3388, and we return into this Monday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
One of the stories that was making headlines last week was, there was a guy that said, hey, I've got a Tesla, and I can actually play some of these games on the touchscreen in the center console when the car's in motion. So, what? Soon after that story, the U.S. opened a formal investigation. In the documents midweek last week, it said, the agency says the feature, which is called passenger play, may distract the driver To date, the agency received one owner complaint describing the gameplay functionality. And they confirmed that, yes, this capability has been available since December of last year in Tesla. Vehicles that have the passenger play equipped vehicles, according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Now, before that time, enabling gameplay was only possible when the vehicle was in park. So it covers apparently all 4 Tesla models. They announced the investigation, and it didn't really take any time for Tesla to say, all right, we're going to disable that feature. So I guess the idea was that if you're supposed to be the passenger able to play a video game on the screen while the vehicle's in motion. But apparently the touchscreen doesn't know if it's the passenger or the actual driver of the vehicle that was playing the game. That's a little too much distraction, right? Meanwhile, we get back to the calls here. Morning, Grump. How was your Christmas?
It was all right. I worked, and had a intense conversation with an atheist about Christmas.
Oh.
But I don't understand it, people. That's what I told this idiot. He was I was at a service plaza, and this girl's, waitress there or whatever, there. She said, said, well, Merry Christmas. I said, well, Merry Christmas to you. Just being nice. And this guy sitting there kind of snickered, and he had somebody with him, and he, kind of shakes his head. And I'm like, what the hell is your problem? He said, you got something on your mind, man? He said, yeah, it's this whole Merry Christmas crap, and stuff. Started on his little diatribe. I said, you bastards are the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. I said, every holiday, religious holiday, like Christmas or Easter or something like that, you're standing in line to get your holiday bonus, and just, I said, you just make me sick. I said, he said, well, prove to me that there's a God. That's what you prove to me that there's not one. I said, I don't wear my, religion on my sleeve, and my beliefs are my beliefs, but I don't run around telling other people how to believe, or not to believe.
Mm-hmm.
He said, well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. And I said, no, we're not agreeing on anything. I said, just, I said, like I said, it's that's my business, dude. If you don't, if you have beliefs or lack of, I could care less. You don't have to, try to be an ass about every damn thing. I mean, it's like they're going to pull their damn, anti-religion card or whatever it is if they even acknowledge, that somebody else is celebrating the holiday. It's the weirdest damn thing I've ever seen. But oh well. But no, I didn't punch him or anything like that. We just kind of, whatever, But he was close. But and I, like I said, I'm not somebody that, I don't practice religion or anything like that. I have my beliefs, and and other people has theirs. But
sure.
I'm never disrespectful to other people's beliefs, because that's just not the way you should be. Everybody has their own idea about, who they pray to or what, whatever it is. This country was founded on Judeo-Christian principles, and that's, hey, I have absolutely no problem with that. It's just, when you're an agnostic or a humanist or some, atheists like this cat right here, they're running around going, hey, I just don't, you guys are wrong. I'm like, no, just keep your damn opinion to yourself, and then you're right. All right. So anyway, but this crash out here in Colorado, this is the damnedest thing, man. I've been doing as much research on that as I possibly can, because it just, this 110 years and, with this guy, and, as a former investigator, I've investigated accidents and fatality accidents and a lot of different, things that went on in in the world. But, Steve, when I looked at this, I started, first of all, it's hard to find any kind of court records on it right now. They haven't released everything. But the problem I have with this is this happened at 4:30 in the afternoon. You know, he was hauling a load of lumber. I have yet to see where he picked that lumber up at. You know, if he picked it up on the other side of Vale or over in that area, there's not many places up around Silverthorne there where you can actually pick up lumber. You know, it had to be, I don't know. That's something that just baffles the hell out of me where he picked it up at. I mean, that, you know, any way you go out of there, you're going to go up and down mountains. You know, he just crossed the scale. You know, if he was going eastbound when he come off that grade there, and you know, 23 miles away was a scale, you know, from where the accident was. So, you know, he had to have crossed that scale. And when I did the just the, you know, a little research on whether the scale was open or not, it was open. It opened up at 7 o'clock in the morning, didn't close back down until right after that accident. So he had to cross that scale, you know, and this whole thing just, you know, when you look at it and you look at the charges, you know, 36 hours later, 36 hours after that accident, this kid got 36 charges on him, you know, felony charges, you know, at the blink of an eye. Now, what kind of investigation was that? I mean, seriously, this guy was this district attorney or prosecutor was so damn biased against this trucking, you know, against trucks in general. It's like they were trying to send a message out. Now, his truck was in neutral. All right, that tells me right there that the kid had absolutely no experience whatsoever. He said that he tried to get it back in gear. All right, you know, I'm not dismissing the fact that he caused that accident. But what bothers me the most out of this whole thing is when you look at this and you look at the fact that 36 hours later he's got 36 charges on him. Who in the hell can conduct an investigation in that time?
Mm-hmm.
It just blows my mind. You know, I mean, the toxicology report wasn't even back yet. All right, they went on ahead and you know, went on ahead with the formal charges and everything. All right, the company itself, you know, I'd have been looking at that. I mean, hell, it didn't take much digging to see that they'd had 19 different inspections and had been shut down twice before, or drivers would have been put out of service because they spoke no English whatsoever. Couldn't understand, read, write, or anything on the English, and they shut their butts down for it. So, how much training did he have? I mean, it's beyond belief that there's trucking companies out here that are like that, but they are. You know, they're these grinder companies, and that's one damn thing that was born out of deregulation was the simple fact that it was a whole lot easier to open up a company. You know, I've talked about it before. You know, in the 1974, hell, there was 58,000 trucking companies in the United States. They couldn't count all the wildcatters that was out here. I mean, they were just, you know, they were doing what wildcatters did. But after deregulation, when everybody started getting their license pulled and this and that was going on, and they made you get DOT numbers or ICC numbers, within 10 years after deregulation, we shot up to 587,000 trucking companies. You know, that ought to tell you something right there. And it hadn't gotten any better over the years. I mean, we've got these meat grinder companies that pops up here, has an accident, a bad accident, and then boom, they pop up somewhere else. But the difference that really gets me is how the charges come down. You know, this guy right here, that should have been a 2-month investigation, you know, to find out exactly what went on, you know, coming off that hill and everything about it. They just based everything off of his deposition, and he had to get a translator for that. So the charges was filed before he even gave a statement. Now, I just said that you know, he caused the accident. Yes, he did. But who else was involved in that accident? I mean, who else was parties to that accident? Well, I'd say his company, number one. You know, did they ever get a hold of the safety department and sit down with him? No. They closed the damn doors on it on the 26th. You know, or at least they, you know, put out that they did close the doors on it. But no, they, you know, they're opening up another company. And it's, you know, like I said, it just stinks to high heaven how trucking companies or how truck drivers are immediately charged. Look at That guy over in New York that hit that school bus, on that 2-lane road, he crossed the center line. He was driving a dump truck. Boom, hit a school bus. The driver of the school bus died. All right. They charged him right off the bat with vehicular homicide. Well, 2 months after the investigation, they dropped the charges on him. All he got was a ticket. Had a guy down in that bus driver that was down in North Carolina carrying that volleyball team. Back in when was that? It was 2019 also. He had a massive wreck. 14 people, were seriously injured, helicoptered out. And the final ruling on that was no charges could be filed because they couldn't determine whether it was a mechanical failure or the failure of the driver. So they didn't charge him with anything. But here, 36 hours after this kid runs off this damn mountain because he bypasses two runaway ramps,
right?
Which he should have hit one of them. He's charged with 36 freaking charges. It just blows my mind. I'm not kidding you how it's like, we're running around out here with a target on our back. I listen to Horse Feathers. Horse Feathers was talking about, well, hey, 25 years is not enough. 50 years is not enough. Going on about, how many years somebody should get. Well, what the hell? There's a fine line, Horse Feathers, between an accident and an incident that where fault is involved. Just an accident happens. I mean, they happen all the damn time. Why is it if somebody in a car runs into somebody else in a car, well, hell, it's just an accident. But if I was to come around a curve, or Horse Feathers or anybody else was to come around a curve and there was an accident there and we couldn't get stopped and run into somebody, number one, we opened ourselves up for liability. Civil suits will fly off the damn shelves. And the next thing you got to dodge, go hire a lawyer, because you never know if a district attorney is, it's election time or whatever, and I'm going to put a stop to these damn trucks out here running like this. So let's go ahead and charge him, And they break trucking companies like this all the time. It's just the way. That's why they, right off the bat, they close their damn doors, and you got these fly-by-night outfits that are running around here, with a DOT number. They can get another one pretty quick. And Steve, there's no end to it. But it's something right now. When I look at this, and I was a pretty fair investigator, man. I just couldn't believe the lack of investigation that went on this. Whenever you're charging somebody before a toxicology report even gets back, whenever you're charging somebody, I mean, yeah, granted, 4 people died in that, and that's horrible, and 25 others were hurt. But my goodness, it's I mean, there was extenuating circumstances coming off of this. Number one was knowledge. That I don't think that kid had the damn skill set to even be anywhere around those mountains. But did he know that? I mean, who was he acting on? I mean, we've seen this all the time where companies has coerced drivers into doing something. They live paycheck to damn paycheck, and that kid was probably no different. And it's, does your job mean anything to you? Then you get your ass up that hill and get that lumber or wherever he had to go. But I still would like to know where he come from. I mean, it's not in any of the reports that I've read or anything like that. All it says is, he come off the hill. It didn't say anything about him passing that way station. And that's some things right there. I mean, hell, they could have looked at the camera and seen him coming across that way station. If he come that way, then he come off another big hill. He come out of Vail, come across Eisenhower, and if he come across Eisenhower, that's a pretty steep grade coming east there. His brakes would have probably been hot then if he didn't know what the hell he was doing. So I don't know, man. I just think it's there's a lot of things that went on that there's more questions that needs to be answered, and they weren't. This was the ruling, this was the charges, and bam, and now he's 110 years, and it just, when you look at some of these other charges and some of these other people that was charged, cases dismissed, one guy gets 7 years, he's out in 2, and it's hard to decide which one was just negligence and which one was an accident. I mean, there's just this really fine line, and it seems to me like the more of an election time, the more likelihood is that somebody's going to get charged.
Yeah.
And there's a few other things with it. But you had.
Yeah, I got to pause there. I tried to hit return to queue, but I think I hung up on him. But we're way behind on our news update here, so we'll take care of that and get back at it on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The White House making it clear as the new year approaches that its top priority now is getting that Build Back Better social spending plan passed. The Republican Senator Roy Blunt of Missouri says there's a lot in that bill that Republicans would support, but there's plenty more that they will not.
Of course, there are things in there that you could be for, but I don't see how anybody could in good conscience support a bill that is putting another $5 trillion into the economy over a decade, and an awful lot of that goes into the economy immediately. 6.8% inflation could become something bigger than that, and 6.8% is way bigger than we can handle right now.
He spoke on Fox News Sunday. Over 4,000 domestic flights impacted by delays or cancellations again today. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
Word is the Department of Defense is going to cut the cost of living allowance for many troops in the upcoming year. Stars and Stripes is reporting nearly 50,000 troops living in the continental U.S. will be affected by this change. The department is cutting the stipend from troops living in 15 metropolitan areas and 21 non-metro counties, including Washington, D.C. and Boston. 6 metro areas and 20 non-metro counties will remain on the list for the stipend next year. That includes New York City, Long Island, Boulder, Colorado, and San Francisco. New Year's Eve celebrations in some U.S. cities now being cut back because of the Omicron variant of COVID-19. Good example is New York City, where Mayor Bill de Blasio says the city's Times Square Midnight Ball Drop event is likely to go on but will be scaled back. Berlin, London, Paris, and Rome canceling their normal celebrations. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The holiday period has brought a deadly shark attack out west. Here's more from USA Radio's Wendy King.
Police in California say a surfer has died after he was attacked by a great white shark. The body of a male surfer was found in the water off Morro Bay State Park, which is about 225 miles north of Los Angeles. The death is under investigation. Beachgoers were told to stay out of the water for 24 hours following the attack. This is the first fatal shark attack in San Luis Obispo County in 18 years.
Saturday was like Christmas in July for some cities in the central U.S. Dallas, Texas, setting a Christmas Day record with a high temperature of 81 degrees on Saturday. Waco also had a record high 81. Further north, Cincy recorded its warmest Christmas Day ever, hitting 67 degrees. The Powerball jackpot's getting bigger. Lottery officials say no one picked all 6 numbers in the last drawings, so that means Monday's jackpot will be worth $416 million. Saturday's numbers were, for the record, 27, 29, 45, 55, 58. Powerball number was 2. Tickets matching 5 numbers but missing the Powerball number were sold in California, South Carolina, and Tennessee. Those tickets are worth $1 million each. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, look at there. We got some big games coming up later this week. As the top-ranked Alabama arriving this past day in North Texas without their offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien, or offensive line coach, Doug Maroney. But Coach Saban says he expects both of them will make it for the actual game at the Cotton Bowl. Crimson Tide said last Wednesday that O'Brien and Maroney had tested positive for COVID. They're in isolation with mild symptoms. This past day, Saban said there were no known cases among players, and the affected coaches were doing well back in Tuscaloosa. They will participate in meetings and practice via Zoom until they can join the team before Friday's game against Cincinnati. All right, they'll be here for the game. No one is really bad sick that they can't function and do things that they need to do with our players. Meanwhile, the Bearcats, undefeated, the first non-Power 5 team to make the playoff, arriving later in the day Sunday. They are 13.5-point underdogs, according to the FanDuel Sportsbook. According to Coach Fickle, hey, if you want to have a shot at the title, you have to beat the champs. And this is what we have. We have a shot to beat the champs. The best team doesn't always win the game. It's just a reality. The teams that play the best win the football game. There you go. Cincinnati's football team, the football team got there the same day that the American Athletic Conference announced that the Bearcats league opener in men's basketball, scheduled for Tuesday in Houston, had been canceled due to COVID issues with the Cougars. That game was declared a no contest, and Cincinnati was given a forfeit win. All right, college football playoff officials last week announced they do have some contingency plans for the football semifinals and the national championship, with COVID cases spiking all around the country due to the Omicron variant. If a team is unavailable, the game would be forfeited, with the available team advancing to the championship. So Fickle said, we know we've got to be smart about what it is that we're doing. We're not going to dwell upon those things because sometimes I think that holds us up more than anything. It takes your energy. They've got us into a different frame of mind. All right, so that's pretty wild. If a team has a number of players that come down and they can't play, it's a forfeit. How bizarre is that? Now, according to Alabama, Saban said his team the entire team is vaccinated and more than 90% of players have had their boosters. Players are wearing masks and social distancing in their meetings. This is the second year in a row the Crimson Tide are set for a playoff semifinal game at AT&T Stadium. The Rose Bowl was moved from California to the home of the NFL's Dallas Cowboys last New Year's Day because of the pandemic, and Alabama beat Notre Dame 31-14 in that game. One of two big games coming up Friday. I think the Cincinnati-Alabama game is the early game, like 4:30 in the afternoon. Following that, you've got the Georgia versus Michigan game. And by this time next Monday morning, we'll know who will be playing for a national championship. Oh, there we go. Back to the phones, I believe. Is that Sean?
Hey, Steve, it's me. How are you? Yeah, you there?
How was your Christmas, Sean? Good to have you with us.
Oh, not bad. How about yours?
Had a good Christmas. Yes, we sure did.
Good deal. Good deal. Hey, I just wanted to let you know that I'm actually going to be doing a cruise on Friday. Supposed to leave out of Miami. I know that one gentleman called you. Is already what's his name again?
Bourbon Street Gary. They sailed
Bourbon
yesterday.
Street Gary, yeah. Yeah, I'm going on Carnival too, but it's the Liberty I'm going out of there in Miami. We actually got a couple surprising emails from Carnival here the last couple of days. One of them saying that we have to mask up regardless of where you're at on the ship at all times, of course, unless you're eating or drinking. And the other one was, what was the other one? The other one was the ports are not guaranteed, and you will not be getting any kind of refund either.
Oh, really? No credit? No credits for missing a port?
Well.
Okay,
Nope. Exactly. So I'm not sure if it's going to go or not. I mean, as of right now, we got plane tickets, we got everything to go. So we're going to go ahead and go, I think. We'll see what happens there.
What ship were you slated to take, and what are your destinations? Off the top of your head?
Originally, I was supposed to go on the Horizon, the Carnival Horizon. Well, it's got issues with the engines. It's one of their newer ships. I think was built in like 18 or something like that. But anyway, they split the people up on two different ships. So it's the Liberty and the Sunshine. So we got to go on the Liberty, which is the older ship. But our destinations are Aruba, and I can never pronounce that right. You said Curacao.
Curacao. Yep.
Curacao, and two ports in the Dominican Republic.
Okay.
So we'll see how all that goes. I've been reading where, like you said, they were refusing ships there in Aruba and Curacao. So we're not sure on that. We haven't got no confirmation on whether we're going to be turned away or not, obviously. But I guess we can always cancel if we wanted to, but we'd have to do it sooner than later, I guess.
Right. So I guess the whole thing is, I don't know how many, what the protocol, how many passengers have to be infected. I mean, that Royal Caribbean ship that Aruba and Curacao denied, it was like 0.78% of the passengers. I mean, there's 55 out of like 6,000 passengers that tested positive, and they didn't let them come ashore.
Yeah, I think I heard there was a Carnival as well that some of the people were posting that only had 4 or 5 on there that tested positive.
Wow.
And, they're probably not going to let anybody. If it's anybody's positive, they're probably not going to let anybody in there, I imagine. So, but we'll see. So that's pretty much all I had for you, Steve. Did want to wish you a happy anniversary on the show and everything, and I appreciate everything you do for us out here.
Thank you so much. So you're going to ring in the new year on the ship. That'll be your first night heading out, right?
Yeah, that'll be our first time this time of year too. Now we've done like 9 different cruises, but this is the first one at this time of year. So it'll be our first New Year's bash, I guess you can call it.
I bet that's going to be one heck of that should be a heck of a party on the ship to ring in the new year at sea. That would be cool.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. Hopefully.
Well, if you get to do it, if everything goes as planned, give us a full report when you get back. How about that? Rolling up on 23 past the hour. So we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I think I heard on the news break here last hour or so that the vice president speaking out, she's going to be pushing for, what was it, election reform? Election reform. Okay, here comes 2022. Whoever was asking for our predictions, Pappy said, let's hear some predictions. What do you think 2022 is going to hold? Of course, we know the midterm elections will be coming up. That's for sure. How those elections will be held may be a question mark. Will the Democrats, the Democrat-run cities, pursue the 2022 elections as they did in the year 2020? You had new restrictions on in-person voting. How about some mass mail-in voting taking place around the country, and potentially some of the same questions that today remain unresolved following the 2020 election. A lot of people with questions in their mind about election fraud taking place. Can tell you this, in California, there could be massive election fraud. No one would be the wiser. And as far as, would it make a difference anyway? For the most part, California goes for the libs anyway. Yeah, you get the likes of Nancy Pelosi, Dianne Feinstein, 100 years in the House or the Senate, and they still get elected. But what we did find out late last week, they just passed a law in California that requires the state to send mail-in ballots to nearly 22 million registered voters in June and November of every election year, starting January 1. Assembly Bill 37, drafted by Democrat State Assemblyman Mark Berman, was signed by the governor. Data shows that sending everyone a mail-in ballot provides voters access, and when voters get ballots in the mail, they vote, says Berman. This bill permanently codifies what was the temporary COVID vote-by-mail system. This makes California the 8th state to enact a universal mail-in ballot option. The Democrat governor, Governor Newsom, believes this change will increase access to democracy. Last year, we took the unprecedented steps to ensure all voters had the opportunity to cast a ballot during the pandemic. Today, we're making those measures permanent after record-breaking participation in the 2020 election. As states across the country continue to enact undemocratic voter suppression laws, California is increasing voter access, expanding our options, bolstering the integrity and transparency, which is laughable. Remote voting is the preferred participation method for most California voters. A majority of votes cast in statewide elections over the past decade have been from somewhere other than a physical voting location, according to the LA Times. But everybody gets a ballot, right? 22 million ballots will be floating around out there in California. All right, we'll get our news break in here. Chevy Guy, got you coming up next, after which we've quieted down on the phone lines once again. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. First, a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The VP's New Year's resolution helped strengthen voting rights as Vice President Kamala Harris appeared on CBS's Face the Nation Sunday morning and doubled down on the importance of passing the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. Harris saying the stakes are too high to leave the issue unaddressed, expressing exasperation with half of the Senate for refusing to debate the legislation. For now, it all remains at a standstill. A new shortage, a glass bottle shortage affecting wineries and distilleries across the nation. The owner of a whiskey distillery in San Diego says they're living bottle to bottle a day at a time. Supply chain issues aren't just limited to bottles, of course. Distilleries and wineries also say they're having a hard time just getting a hold of corks and labels as well. And the demand is only increasing just ahead of New Year's Eve. This is USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I was looking at some of the comments via YouTube, and I guess what the stream says, this is December 23rd. Yeah, no, we're live this morning, December the 27th. Brian said, yeah, it's a live December 20th. The title on the stream is wrong, so that's kind of confusing. Gary said, yeah, YouTube says it's 23rd. Dean said, here I am in Terrigal, New South Wales, and I've been in close contact with a COVID-positive person yesterday. Yeah, boy. So we will get tested tomorrow. All right, good luck there. I don't know if you were just in contact yesterday. Would you even test positive yet? Doesn't it take a few days to... All right, let's see here. Norman's on board this morning. Patsy, talking about cruising on New Year's. Patsy said, we've cruised over New Year's Eve, and we won't do it again. Parents don't watch their Rugrats, and they're running wild. Of course, hopefully nowadays, there's probably less kids on the ships. Anyway, good luck and have fun. Let's see, Tex is on board. Hello, Hillbilly Tex. I got your photos of Poncho and Lefty there over the weekend. That was Big Moose and Hillbilly Tex, Poncho and Lefty. He said 7 days wearing a mask. I'd be done run out of wind. They'd be burying me at sea. And Gary chiming in about this voting stuff. He said, voting rights? I didn't know that was a problem. Where do they come up with this crap? They sure know how to stuff those ballot boxes, don't they? Yep, they sure do. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Hey, welcome back, Chevy Guy.
Yeah, Stacey Abrams over here in Georgia is already running for office. And she made it in part of her speech was voting integrity, but I guarantee, had nothing to do with voter ID, But also, Sean, on his way out to sea there in the Navy, we had a saying is calm winds and follow seas. Shoot. Of course, we usually use that when instead of rest in peace. But anyway, I don't know. I would enjoy just sitting on the deck and watch the water go by. There's no place I'd rather be than in the United States. But it'd be nice to be out at sea and not have to go down in the engine room and keep the doggone thing moving, And also, I'm sorry to Rick Friend. I know his Cleveland Browns lost by 2 points, but for some reason, I raised two Packard fans, my son and my grandson. They all are real heavy Packers fans. So I was glad to see that they only beat the Browns by 2 points. And that was an interesting game. But the reason I called, I don't know when the Democrats have ever been friendly to our military, going back to the time of Bill Clinton and Hillary. Supposedly they had our generals and admirals carrying trays around, passing out hors d'oeuvres to their liberal friends. An insult to our military. It just seems like that's what they do. Defunding the military it seems like it's pretty common. And then on the news feed earlier, it made mention that they're cutting the stipends to our military. Cutting, you call these people out. You mean excuse me, it's just another sign of lack of respect for our military. These people have no, I wish people would wake up. When you elect somebody, that means they're going to be in charge of the people in your military. And, obviously, if they can't run the country, they can't seem to run the armed forces much either. I did find out that, we're thankful that the Russia didn't attack on Christmas Eve like some people were predicting. I just absolutely, if and when Russia does cross that line into Ukraine, it will be at the same time China. So we'll have two fronts on us like that. When China moves over to take over Taiwan. And I just have a feeling that's just going to happen that way. And they've got to do it. Well, they got this guy in the presidency that'll sit back at the fella that if you're going to get out there and get out there and say, let's go, Brandon, and then they come back on you, the best thing to do is don't apologize. Either you meant it or you didn't. You got to stick to your guns somewhere. But it is interesting how his name and his number got out there, because it's what the Democrats do. They fight dirty. And just remember, in this country right now, I had an argument with my own son about the political prisoners right now through this Christmas to New Year's that were at the Capitol, and I had to explain to him that if they did anything, then it's a vandalism charge. At worst, it's a trespassing charge on their own property. Well, all the Antifa, BLM were burning down private businesses and committing crimes, murder, everything, and they've let them go. They've dropped the charges. But we have political prisoners that are in our jails right now. And this is not a democracy. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands. And that keeps us from being in mob rule. So I'm praying for them tonight. And I do like this. My one grandson did say, somebody posted that, what Marjorie Taylor Greene video. Yeah. And one grand said, anybody that follows Grandpa have already known about this. So other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the rest of the mail and enjoy the show.
All right. Well, thank you much for chiming in. Glad to have you on board after the Christmas weekend there. And that clears things out. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. And it's come up several times in recent weeks, the cost to replace a battery in an electric vehicle. They ain't cheap. And they're a little more expensive than I even realized. This guy took it to the next level. In Finland, a disgruntled Finnish Tesla owner detonated his electric vehicle along with an effigy of Elon Musk to protest the cost of a replacement battery. Thomas Katainen blew up his 2013 Tesla S model with 66 pounds of dynamite after the battery failed and he was faced with the $22,000 repair bill to replace a battery? Well, rather than stumping up the cash, he contacted some YouTubers group, the Bomb Dudes, that blow things up. Of course, they charge to do it. It's kind of, I guess it's I don't know if it's an online or TV kind of special thing, but yeah, the prices start at $100,000 to blow up the car. He's not going to pay $22,000 for the battery, but he's going to pay $100,000 to blow the damn thing up. According to the electric vehicle news website, Electrek, another Tesla owner in the United States was told a battery pack replacement would cost him $22,500 at a Tesla service center. Instead, he took it to an independent garage who gave a working replacement battery for $5,000, less than a quarter of what he was originally quoted by Tesla. Now, Tesla's warranty covers battery replacements if the capacity drops below 70% within 150,000 miles or 8 years of purchase. However, the owners of older models are being left with big repair bills from Tesla as their batteries lose power and give the cars a reduced range. Anyway, this YouTubers group agreed to blow up the car. And they even put a dummy of the billionaire Tesla co-founder Elon Musk's face inside the vehicle. Of course, they put it all on video. The car is strapped with explosives, kind of out in the middle of nowhere, some rugged, snowy terrain in Finland. And they trained their high-definition cameras on the vehicle to capture the full sequence, the explosion in all its glory, from a number of different angles. But if you could only imagine, 66 pounds of dynamite was one heck of a boom. A huge fireball engulfs the vehicle, and it's blown to tiny bits. And I said, when I bought that Tesla, the first 1,500 kilometers were nice. It was an excellent car so far. Then the error code hit in. So I ordered a tow truck to take my car in for a service. The car was about a month in a Tesla dealer's workshop. Finally, I get a call that they can't do anything for the car. The only option is to change the entire battery cell. Yeah, the cost would be at least $20,000. And they were asking for my permission. So I told them, no, I'm going to blow the car up. Because apparently there's no guarantee or anything. Okay. But it was a big boom. Keep in mind, I mean, it's not even a 10-year-old vehicle, right? 8 years old, $22,000 battery replacement. All right, we've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Get a quick 2-minute timeout and return with more of your calls to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here, looking at 9 before the hour. And I threw the question out about you're exposed to someone the prior day, would you even get a positive result that quick? And Sylvester said, I'm not sure about that. We're going to test tomorrow and see, but the Omicron that is sweeping across the country is reacting quickly. Yeah, same here. I mean, you hear about the number of cases being recorded. And I guess, as always, moving said to some extent is, the sheer number of people that are now being tested. Because as the case has been from the beginning, there's a lot of people who may be positive, but have no symptoms or maybe just some congestion, something that may be confused with seasonal allergies. They don't even know. But out of New York, the number of cases in New York, setting records. 49,708 positive cases on Christmas Eve. I mean, one day, nearly 50,000 cases. The highest single-day total since this all started. It was 36,454 that tested positive on Christmas Day. But obviously, it's Christmas Day, and a whole hell of a lot less people went out to get tested. But almost every day last week, they set a new record for positive cases. The week before, there were less than 13,000 cases a day reported statewide. New York has passed 3 million cases since the start of the pandemic. But we're seeing the nationwide spike, wreaking havoc on everything from sports to shipping and essential travel, especially travel over the Christmas weekend, no less. You heard about the number of flights that were being canceled because, if pilots and flight attendants are positive, they can't be boarding the flights. 1,141 flights canceled over the weekend. Another 45 and almost 4,600 delayed. And that was primarily just the COVID infections among the flight crews. I mean, for most of the country, the weather was pretty cooperative over the Christmas weekend. For the eastern 2/3 or 3/4 of the country, California was a whole different story. But, globally, airlines scrapped about 2,200 flights as of Sunday morning, which was down from like 2,800 on Saturday. But the number of cases just sweeping the nation. What do you think? Give it here a few days, coming off the Christmas weekend and now New Year's weekend coming on. A lot of people all getting together. Going to see a big spike, right? It's inevitable the way things appear to be panning out. Good morning from the Michigan Madman, checking in this morning. Getting a late start, aren't you? Larry, right on cue, is on board this morning. Hope you had a good Christmas there, Larry. I saw you got to spend, went down to the, what military base was that? Saw his grandson, I believe it was, stationed there. All right. Let's see, in regards to the Tesla and the cost of battery replacement, Gary said, I'd rather have good old American big block. There you go. Big block power. And with that, what are we looking at? About 5 before the hour. Get back to your calls here. Hillbilly Tex is checking in this morning. Hello, Tex. How was your Christmas?
Good morning. Oh, Steve, it's just another day around old spread here, but I'd like to wish a late Merry and an early Happy. And I hope everybody is trucking safe this morning. Steve, I need you to call me after the show, if you don't mind. I need to ask you a question.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think I can do that. I'm pretty sure I've got your number saved in my phone here. Let me double check here, make sure. Because I know I've called you before. Right, yeah, yep.
Yeah. Well, you showed up on the screen now, ain't it? So you can just pull it off there and write it down if you can write.
Let me grab my little crayon here. Yeah, I'll get the number. I think I might have your number on a Post-it note or something in here. I've got that, half a dozen listeners. I need to put them in my phone to save them permanent. But yeah, so I mean, did you get together with the family for Christmas?
No, just me, myself, and I. Yeah, and a whole hell of a lot of them skull busters.
Well, I'm trying to remember who was it that came down there to visit you, and you had to take him over to see this ranch and that ranch and all the Christmas lights, all the decorations.
Oh, that was a gouger.
All right, monkey gouger, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's supposed to come back through here sometime after the first, and him and Debbie, and I think old D Ranger's gonna come up here after the first, and I just got. I think old caller Steve gonna meet me one day up there at the 40, and we gonna go eat us a steak and eggs for breakfast.
There you go.
We having a big old time down here with all my trucking brothers and sisters, and I just like to wish everybody a upcoming safe and happy New Year's, but I sure wouldn't be on no dadgum boat out yonder. Hey, if I can't swim to the bank, I ain't going.
Hey, they got an ATM on board. Come on there, Tex.
Well, Steve, I can't breathe without a mask. Wearing a mask 7 days, they just have to pour me off of that board out in the ocean there. Yes, I wouldn't make that.
Yeah, I hear you.
So, but anyway, everybody have a safe, happy, and call me after the show.
I will give you a ring there, Tex. Thank you much.
Oh.
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. All right, before we hit our news break there, Knucklebuster's checking in. He's out there listening in, counting down the last few days of vacation because he doesn't go back till after the first of the year. His prediction, I would like to go on the record saying Alabama versus Georgia for the national championship game. You know, what's the name of that movie? Any Given Sunday, I think it was called. I hope nobody gets confused. Yes, that's the one. We know what you're talking about. Then he shares me a link that it says Nick Saban has achieved about everything there is to achieve as a college football coach. 7 national championships, 10 conference championships. 1 MAC and 9 in the SEC, an 884 career winning percentage, 12-time National Coach of the Year honors, and a host of player-related trivia that would make the entire College Football Hall of Fame envious. But one stat in particular comes up more often than perhaps anything else that he's accomplished, and that is his record against former assistant coaches. It is a record that spans 12 seasons and has made victims of 9 former assistants who went on to become head coaches at separate 10 teams. And Saban has beat every single one of them, save 1. To be sure, it's not exactly a secret as to how Saban has achieved the feat. Just ask Ole Miss coach and Alabama offensive coordinator Lane Kiffin, who has lost to Saban twice since leaving Tuscaloosa. He's undefeated versus almost everybody, Kiffin said, before the Ole Miss game at Alabama. There's a reason he's the best in the history of college football. Even when people know how his place works, he's still undefeated, which is amazing. And he's not wrong about his summation of Saban's record against former assistants, especially when you contextualize that string of victories with that The Sporting News takes a look at his record versus assistants, including all-time record, margin of victory, series histories, and a whole lot more. But, they've got the list of Saban's previous assistants that served under him over the years. And I guess he goes on to beat them all, right? We'll get our news break final hour just ahead, so we got a full hour yet to fill. Jump on board at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The White House making it clear as the new year approaches that its top priority now is getting that Build Back Better social spending plan passed. The Republican Senator Roy Blunt of Missouri says there's a lot in that bill that Republicans would support, but there's plenty more that they will not.
Of course, there are things in there that you could be for, but I don't see how anybody could in good conscience support a bill that is putting another $5 trillion into the economy over a decade, and an awful lot of that goes into the economy immediately. 6.8% inflation could become something bigger than that, and 6.8% is way bigger than we can handle right now.
He spoke on Fox News Sunday. Over 4,000 domestic flights impacted by delays or cancellations again today. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold one rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
Word is the Department of Defense is going to cut the cost of living allowance for many troops in the upcoming year. Stars and Stripes is reporting nearly 50,000 troops living in the continental U.S. will be affected by this change. The department is cutting the stipend from troops living in 15 metropolitan areas and 21 non-metro counties, including Washington, D.C. and Boston. 6 metro areas and 20 non-metro counties will remain on the list for the stipend next year. That includes New York City, Long Island, Boulder, Colorado, and San Francisco. New Year's Eve celebrations in some U.S. cities now being cut back because of the Omicron variant of COVID-19. Good example is New York City, where Mayor Bill de Blasio says the city's Times Square midnight ball drop event is likely to go on but will be scaled back. Berlin, London, Paris, and Rome canceling their normal celebrations. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The holiday period has brought a deadly shark attack out west. Here's more from USA Radio's Wendy King.
Police in California say a surfer has died after he was attacked by a great white shark. The body of a male surfer was found in the water off Morro Bay State Park, which is about 225 miles north of Los Angeles. The death is under investigation. Beachgoers were told to stay out of the water for 24 hours following the attack. This is the first fatal shark attack in San Luis Obispo County in 18 years.
Saturday was like Christmas in July for some cities in the central U.S. Dallas, Texas, setting a Christmas Day record with a high temperature of 81 degrees on Saturday. Waco also had a record high 81. Further north, Cincy recorded its warmest Christmas Day ever, hitting 67 degrees. The Powerball jackpot's getting bigger. Lottery officials say no one picked all 6 numbers in the last drawing, so that means Monday's jackpot will be worth $416 million. Saturday's numbers were, for the record, 27, 29, 45, 55, 58. Powerball number was 2. Tickets matching 5 numbers, but missing the Powerball number, were sold in California, South Carolina, and Tennessee. Those tickets are worth $1 million each. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All righty, then back for that final hour here on a Monday, 27th day of December. Yep, last week of the year, here it is. Right on the heels of Christmas weekend. Hope you had a very Merry Christmas. Well, there were some travelers out there where it was just not the best of Christmas travel weekends, and that's for some of our friends in the southwestern USA. You'll get some relief from the relentless rain that actually ended up ultimately bringing you your wettest Christmas Eve since 1944. Just prior to Christmas Day, multiple rounds of wet weather, soaking locations from California coast into Arizona. Holiday travelers had to contest with hazards, significant flooding, washed out roadways, debris flows in some areas, while also facing transportation threats across the higher elevations due to the heavy snow accumulations. By about midday last Tuesday, those swaths of rain were shifting into the northern coast of California, with the mountain snow spreading across the higher elevations. From Wednesday to Thursday, rainfall becoming more widespread and continued to expand southward. Locations from California's coastal range provided some impressive 72-hour rainfall totals by the end of Thursday evening. The highest report coming in from Mining Ridge, California, 9.5 inches of rain. There were multiple other California locations that reported 72-hour rain totals of around 8 inches, such as Three Peaks and Chalk Peak. The 72-hour rainfall totals across Southern California ranged from anywhere from 1 to 4 inches on Christmas Eve, local amounts exceeding 5 inches on over into central Arizona. The rains for the same time, 1 to 2 inches generally reported there. Last Thursday evening, there were multiple reports from Caltrans of washed out roadways and missing guardrails north of San Bernardino. Several vehicles were left stranded in the snow on State Route 38, about the 8,000-foot level near Big Bear, California. During the early morning hours of Christmas Eve, the heavy rains persisted across central and southern California, while the plowing continued in portions of Nevada and Arizona. In Arizona, Flagstaff and Phoenix recorded rainfall totals of at least 1 inch in a 24-hour period. Now, for Phoenix in particular, that broke a long-standing record for the wettest Christmas Eve since 1944. All right. So It was a very soggy weekend out west. But all those rains and mountain snows, as we've mentioned, are doing working wonders to expand the snowpack across the mountain ranges. And, of course, reservoirs, beginning to see water levels rising, rather than dissipating. Still a long ways to go when it comes to totally eliminating the drought conditions. But there you go. Some of our travelers' weather. All right, it was just last week. The first was the Pfizer antiviral pill that was approved by the Food and Drug Administration, followed by the Merck, I believe it was. The following day, Merck was approved. Now, the Pfizer pill supposedly is a whole lot more efficacy, as they call it, like 90% efficacy. Merck's antiviral pill is down closer to 30%. So it sounds like the Pfizer pill is going to be the go-to pill. But we are being told, and these are the kind of things you wonder about, what about side effects? What about interactions with other medications and whatnot? I guess the bad news is that despite the first antiviral pill and the promising protection from the risk of severe disease, there's a lot of people that won't be able to take it because one of the two drugs in the Pfizer antiviral cocktail could cause severe or life-threatening interactions with some commonly used medications, including statins, blood thinners, and some antidepressants. And the FDA does not recommend Paxlovid for those with severe kidney or liver disease. In addition, due to concerns about the potential side effects of Merck's new drug, the FDA has restricted its use to adults and only in cases in which other treatments would be inaccessible or not clinically appropriate. So it sounds like out of the box, this is going to be very limited use. The main concern is when the Paxlovid is paired with other medications that also are metabolized by the CYP3A enzyme. The ritonavir component may boost the co-administered drugs to toxic levels. Speaking of the statins or the blood thinners and things of that, some of the antidepressants. It's the interactions between the drugs. All right, the FDA also published in its Paxlovid fact sheet a list of medications that may interact harmfully, things that should not be paired with the COVID antivirals. Pharmacists emphasized that many of the drug interactions are manageable and should not preclude most people from taking Paxlovid. One pharmacist says, the idea is that you're taking a 5-day regimen. It's not a long-term thing. The Paxlovid treatment is brief, 30 pills, 3 pills twice a day for 5 days. So the risk of adverse interactions with other medications should be low. The 5-day of interactions shouldn't be a big deal for the majority of drugs, she says. Now, despite concerns, Paxlovid is a breakthrough drug that could make a real difference in this pandemic by making a effective COVID treatment available to many, many people. But, obviously the kind of thing, talk to your pharmacist, as they say. Statins, what is that, blood pressure medicines, I think? And some of the antidepressants, and there's so many different ones out there, and I guess they all have their own different ways of working. But, all right, just a little more info on the newly approved medications that should be available. The president said by the end of the month, that's sometime this week, some of those prescriptions should be showing up at pharmacies around the country, I believe. And meanwhile, back to your calls at 844-844-3388. All right, let's see. Who we got on the line?
Dirty white boy.
Dirty white boy, what's happening there?
Steve, you know, they say that, you know, I've had the shots. I've had both the shots and the booster. And I came in on Christmas night. I'm at the hospital right now. And I'll be getting out tomorrow. I've been there 3 days. And they said that I got a partial to the virus, but it wasn't a virus because they checked me out and I came back negative. So, but they said since you had the shots and the booster, it helped you a lot by not really getting really bad.
Mm-hmm.
All I had was I couldn't breathe in the chest, and that was it. They pumped me on steroids, and that's it, and water pills, you know, that was it. And I said, okay, fine. So, and I got a prediction to make right now.
All right,
UC will play Michigan in the playoff bowl.
You're going totally opposite of Knucklebuster. I mean, a complete opposite.
Well, I think Michigan has got the stronger team against Georgia, and I'm glad they put it up that way and not the other way, to where it'd be a good tough fight to see if we win. Now, Alabama, I don't think is that powerful. They think they are. They talk about them a lot, but you know what? Here's UC, a Cinderella team sitting in there in the wing waiting, and they're going to show off a lot of stuff that they you know, waiting to show off people, and they're going to let people see how dominant they can be and playing a team like that. Now, when they get ready to play Michigan, well, that can be a hell of a game.
Well, all I know is I'm getting kind of juiced because it's, you know, counting down the days this Friday. I'm looking forward to that.
And I'll tell you nothing, too. This coming Sunday against the Chiefs, we win.
Okay.
Okay. And I got nothing. Did you see the game last night between Dallas and Washington?
No, I saw that the final score was a blowout. What, Dallas scored like 51 points or something?
Yeah. They had a fight on the sideline between two Washington players, and they showed it on camera where, what was his name? I can't remember his name. There were two guys there, and one of the guys turned to the other guy and told him, and he said, "Calm." He said the B word. You could see it, read his lips over flying, and he was mad. They were both wanting to fight. One guy was Allen. I think the other guy was, I can't remember his name, but Allen stood up and put his finger in this guy's face. Well, the guy didn't want his finger in his face. So he pushed his hand out of the way, and then he jumped back. When he pushed his hand, he hit the guy. I mean, I've never seen two players on the same team fighting, man.
Really?
And they were fighting.
Wow.
Yeah, so be expecting a big fine from the NFL for this, live TV. It wasn't good at all for Washington, you know. And they got blown out last night bad because, you know, Washington wasn't playing good anyways. So, yeah, it was a good fight. I liked it. I was waiting for more to happen, but that one Allen guy sat there, he was pissed off. He wanted to fight some more, but they set him on the bench and made him sit down for a while. Oh, yeah. It was different for a game.
Well, I'm going to have to find that on, obviously it's got to be on YouTube or something, so I have to pull that up. No, that's...
I'm sure it is. It was well seen on the TV network. They filmed it, they were watching it. They wouldn't even care about the game. They were caring about the fight. It was better about it, you know. They were holding people back, players back. I had a feeling Allen wanted to just tear this guy apart, but it would have been a good fight. You guys were big guys.
Right?
Yeah. So, like I said, I get out of here tomorrow, later on today, and I feel 100% better. I'm not a person to come to the hospital when I get sick, but I had a daughter that, since my mother passed away, my daughter's been like my keeper. And she told me, she says, go to the hospital. No. So I went to the hospital here up at St. East South in Edgewood. I came in here on Christmas night about 2:30 in the morning. I got admitted in the back of the hospital in the back, and the doctor here said, you can either go home for a couple of days and give it do it, or you can do it in the hospital for 2 days, and I guarantee you, you'll come out feeling a lot better. And I am. I'm feeling 100% better. I just can't believe it, I can walk now without worrying about needing oxygen or anything. It's really, really nice.
Well, that's good.
So again, I had part of the flu, they said. It wasn't that big on the virus that I've had getting, but if I would have stayed and hit the house longer, they said I probably would have had more of the flu and I would have got worse. But I elected to come in, and that's when they said it was okay. We can get it. And they considered it was good. I really like it.
All right. Well, I'm glad you made the right call. You made the right decision by going in. Yeah, I mean, who wants to go to the hospital on Christmas weekend, no less, right? And with that, 22 past the hour. So we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, looking at 24 past the hour. And again, lines available at 844-844-3388. Well, we got the numbers. No surprise. You notice we're not hearing nearly as much about the southern border, the influx of illegals coming into this country like they've been doing all year long. I think it's just got to the point where it's such an everyday occurrence that nobody really, it's not in my backyard, maybe that kind of mentality. Nobody thinks twice about it unless you are the residents living along those southern border states where you're having to deal with these people coming through on your property and whatnot every day. But the numbers for the month of November, agents apprehended a record number once again, 173,600. A 5% increase over the month of October. Figures show that the Biden administration is still seeing massive numbers attempting to enter the country illegally. Now, we had 1.7 million was the number by the September 30th date, the end of the fiscal year. So then you had October with another, what was it? 160 some thousand. November, another 173,000. Obviously, December, the numbers continue to grow. We'll probably exceed the 2 million mark, if we haven't already. Now, Republicans blaming the surge on, obviously, Joe Biden's reversal of former President Trump's border policies on day one. The migrants saw this as, hey, we've got an open door policy now. And that hasn't really changed. Of course, then he appointed Kamala Harris to be the border czar, a job that she has seemed reluctant to fully accept. Having visited the border only once in the months since she's had the job, and when she did visit the, quote, border, she didn't go to the area anywhere near where the influx is actually taking place. Now, for those who've been asking, where's Kamala? What's she doing? She's the border czar. Apparently, she's not really doing anything. There was an interview that I caught over the weekend. I believe it was the president of Guatemala. Remember when Kamala initially went down to Central America to meet with those? We're looking for the root cause of these immigrants trying to come to the United States. Let's get to the root cause and stop it there. Well, the Guatemalan president said since that meeting, he has not heard anything from Kamala or the administration. How many months ago was that? Not one word. He said they've actually tried to reach out, and they've had no response. So as a border czar, Kamala is doing absolutely nothing there on the southern border. Not surprising to me, but all right, with that, we'll get our news break coming up here, and back to your calls. You want to jump in? It's 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Biden administration members making it clear on the Sunday news shows that priority one right now is getting the Build Back Better social spending plan passed. But next on the list, passing voting rights legislation, according to Vice President Kamala Harris on CBS's Face the Nation. However, she sidestepped her willingness to support a carve-out to the filibuster to get the legislation through Congress.
We will do and look at whatever is necessary to push for Congress to take this issue on.
Meanwhile, Democratic U.S. Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland signaled on Fox News Sunday that Democrats may be flexible when it comes to paring down the expensive Build Back Better bill to win some Republican votes. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com. Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, by the way, Hot Shot Secret's #1 selling oil additive, of course, is the Stiction Eliminator. Available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stopping Centers nationwide. You can make your vehicle run better with a money-back guarantee. Grab a bottle today. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Now, we'll get more on our traveler's weather coming up here. First, let's get back to your calls, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. So how was that Christmas weekend, Larry?
I was pretty busy. Drove down to Beaufort, South Carolina, and when I left Thursday, left about 3:30ish, I guess. But man, did I regret going over 40 at night. Have you been across there lately?
It's been years.
In Tennessee, oh my gosh, they got a lot of construction going on there, and then going down 26 was just as bad until I got to Columbia, South Carolina. But the positive thing, I stayed at a hotel called True Hilton. I've stayed in Hiltons before, but this is a new, I guess, version of the Hilton family, and it's very cost competitive with everything else. In fact, one night was $97, and the other night was $115, and the accommodations were great, fantastic. I would highly recommend them. But Parker is in the Marine Corps. He's in Beaufort, South Carolina, which is a naval air station, and it's right across this body of water near Parris Island. But nice community, nice place. And man, Steve, I couldn't believe the barracks. When I was in the military in 68 and 69, our barracks was a big bay of about 20 bunks. You had a foot locker and a wall locker. And he has a room with two people in it, a little workstation, a wall locker, something under his bed, and then a private closet that's locked. Then they share a single restroom. And I'm talking about when I was in, there was, gang showers, gang toilets, but there's no partitions or nothing.
Right.
Very, very different. I thought I was in a resort. Visited the PX, which was very well stocked, populated. It had every kind of alcohol you can imagine, and it was tax-free. Forgot about those days, but it was a good trip. First time I'd ever been traveling, driving on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
So how was that? I'm guessing was tons of traffic?
No, just the opposite. On Christmas Day, when we left to come back, I would say there was maybe what you'd normally see on the road on a normal day. There was probably 10% of that. Very light traffic.
Wow.
But again, that's the first time I'd ever driven somewhere on Christmas Day of any substance. I put on 1,400 miles down there and back. But, yeah, it was a good trip. And the folks on the military base that were on duty that I interacted with was pretty cool. The guys at the gate, naturally, I don't meet a stranger, so I had a great conversation with the two MPs at the gate. It was a fun time.
That's good.
So did you have all the family over at your house?
Yeah, indeed, we did. Stephen had to work Christmas Day night, so they came over rather early. It's like a little before the noon hour, and he was pretty much dead anyway because he stayed up the night before. He tries to keep his sleep schedule right. So they went home about 2 in the afternoon. Yeah, but we all got together. Grandkids made the big mess like they always do, and had a good time.
Do they do a rotating shift over there where he works, or is he permanent nights?
He's permanent. He's 10 to 7, 10 p.m. to like 7 a.m.
When I was at Coleraine back in the day, we had rotating shifts, and it would just run me into the ground when I would have to go on thirds. I could not sleep during the day worth a darn. To get off at 7 o'clock in the morning, go home, crash, and by 11, 12 o'clock, I was awake. And so 5 hours of sleep and then going back in at night. And then we would rotate every 28 days And I think most departments have gone away from that. I don't know of any that still rotate on that time frame. That was killer.
The swing shift, they called it, right? Do mornings and then do afternoons and then do nights.
Yeah. A lot of departments now have gone to a 4-day work week. You're working 4/10s, and they seem to get better coverage that way. I don't know exactly how it works because I've never worked that shift before, but I hear of it. But anyway, going across 40 was not a treat. Once you passed 81 there, going off of 40, going up to Bristol, and you get into that curvy section of 40, man, I did not enjoy doing that after hours. During the dark season.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine what it's like in a truck, in a big truck. I was just in a pickup truck, obviously, but can't imagine what it was like in a big truck. Well, Steve, I'm about to pull in here and start the day. You have a wonderful day, and we'll be talking to you this week, I'm sure.
I'm glad you had safe travels and a great Christmas weekend. Now we just kind of count down for the new year. Thanks for checking in, Larry. Always good to hear from you. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have been given such accolades to Joe Manchin for essentially halting the Build Back Better bill. He was getting the rave reviews for that, the invites to come on over to the Republican Party last week, recall. Now, as you're hearing in the news updates, now that we're down to after the New Year's break, Christmas New Year's break, number one goal is to get the Build Back Better plan passed. Yeah, they're not giving up. They're going to jump right back in. Full steam ahead. How can we convince Joe Manchin to come on board? Well, apparently Joe did offer some hope that he could still support the bill. Now, earlier last week, the Politico reported that Manchin wants the legislation to go through Senate committees so it can focus on rolling back the 2017 tax cuts signed by former President Trump. Manchin said that the only reason during the summer that he voted for a $3.5 trillion budget resolution that paved the way for the Democrats to continue negotiating the bill because he was eager to, quote, fix the tax or taxes so everybody paid their fair share. We have one chance at this, okay? You have a chance to fix the tax code that makes it fair and equitable, he said. So if we all disagree with Republicans' reconciliation on tax cuts, don't you think we can sit down and fix a fair, equitable tax code? Now, the problem that may arise with that, they say, is doing that would move another moderate Democrat into the spotlight, which would bring back Kristen Sinema of Arizona. She has opposed the rate increases on the corporate taxes and taxes on the wealthy that Manchin supports. Senator Ted Cruz recently discussed the tax cuts during an interview with CNBC. He addressed the Democrat accusations that the tax cuts under Trump were not paid for and that Republicans are too tax-friendly toward the wealthy Americans. To which he said, well, sure, one's good for the economy and one is terrible for the economy. If you look at the 2017 tax cuts, that tax cut was focused on jobs. It was focused on reducing tax cuts on the job creators, and the purpose of it was to create more jobs, to drive up wages, to bring manufacturing back to America. And if you look at it, it was working extraordinarily well. 2018, pre-pandemic, recall, the lowest rate of unemployment in 40 years, the lowest rates of both African Americans and Hispanic unemployment ever recorded. When we cut taxes in 2017, the next year, federal tax revenue went up, and the next year, federal tax revenue went up. And it went up every year after that. So it generated more revenue because of growth and economic productivity and more jobs. Manchin has not guaranteed supporting the Build Back Better bill, even with those potential changes. But yeah, it's not a done deal yet, as we said. And if they can't get Manchin on board with the Build Back Better deal, you've heard that they're once again bringing up the voter legislation to mandate all states send out mail-in ballots forever and all the other good stuff that was piled in there. You recall that? All right, back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Would that be the 15 car?
That is, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. Good to have you with us. What's happening?
Excellent. Appreciate it. Hey, just drove through Joe Manchin State, just pulled into the Buckeye here. I've got a question for you, and I know we're at the end of the show, but maybe some of the listeners know. There's a brand new section of 35 as you come off of 64, pulling through West Virginia and into Ohio. It used to be just a 2-lane country road, and now it's a 4-lane divided. They had done an extension past Route 34 to connect 35 to 64 a number of years ago. And now they've just made it a 4-lane divided all the way through. So just curious when that opened up, because it was a whole lot nicer drive coming in that way.
Interesting. I do not know the answer to that question off the top of my head.
Yeah, we're driving from Charlotte up into Cincinnati, route I've done a number of times. And that was always the slowest point of the trip. And there was an adult toy store on that old Route 35. My kids always giggled, and I explained to them, I said, why are you laughing? It's just four-wheelers and wave runners. That's what they mean by that. So anyway, it bypasses that. So the trip's a little less enjoyable for them, but either way. And, you know, I know you said earlier, too, this is one of your slower nights, but appreciate you doing the show, actually plan our trip so we can listen to the show, or at least so I can while everybody else is sleeping. So appreciate you doing it, and always glad to listen.
Thank you so much. And I see you jumping on, posting every once in a while there on whether Facebook, YouTube, wherever you're watching at. Thanks for being a part of the program, the 15 car. All right, yeah, and I'm not familiar with that section of interstate he's talking about there. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM. or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, for the Car 15, we may just have an answer to your question. See if we got, is that Cecil on the line? Hey there.
That's it. That stretch of 35 opened up last month. I forgot about that porn shop, but it did provide parking overnight for about half a dozen trucks, so people might want to remember that. The roads there get pretty steep. You'll hit 80 miles an hour or more going downhill if you aren't careful, and they have had a lot of deer strikes in there. But it saves 10, 15 minutes, and eliminates a lot of the accidents there at Buffalo Bridge.
So the fact that he hadn't noticed it, it's probably rightfully so because it hadn't been open long.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
They're still in the process of cleaning up all the crossovers, so it's that new.
All right. Brand new stretch. All right. Well, thank you very much, Cecil. Did you have a good Christmas or were you out there working?
Well, I got home Christmas Eve late, and I went out Christmas night late, so I got home, did just fine.
Okay.
The company paid us a bonus for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day both, so I can't complain.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you for being a listener to the program there, and have a safe journey. So it's just been open a few weeks there, Car 15. Boy, the things you learn on any given day. Did you know that white chocolate is not actually chocolate at all? I had no idea. White chocolate is made up of sugar, cocoa butter, milk products, vanilla, and lecithin. The sweet treat does not contain any chocolate solids, so technically it is not chocolate. And this one, I had no idea. You know, when you buy fruit at the supermarket, they've got those little stickers on them. You don't really give them much thought, but believe it or not, those little stickers are actually edible. If you were to pick that apple up off the shelf, off the display, you could actually eat the little sticker. Now, they said, now we don't advise purposely snacking on the stickers, but you would definitely not have to worry if you accidentally swallowed it. Interestingly, even the glue used to apply those stickers is FDA approved. How about that? I had no idea. Now, these commercials haven't run in a long, long time, but remember the old ad with the owl sitting in the tree, questioning how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? You know, the chocolate-flavored chewy center, created back in 1931. That slogan was very catchy. How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop? Well, they actually had engineers do this study. According to an engineering students at Purdue University, they actually created a licking machine. It takes somewhere between 252 and 364 licks to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop. Okay, they got all kind of other fun, interesting things, but like I said, I had no idea those little stickers were edible on your apples and your pears and all. All right, with that, we'll pretty much close it out here for a Monday morning. Wrap up day number 1 of the final week of the year. It's another short work week for me, as I will be here live for our Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning programs. Friday morning is New Year's Eve, of course, and actually, once we get through the New Year's Eve, I'm actually taking a couple of vacation days for the Sunday night and Monday night program. So Monday and Tuesday morning there in the first new week of the year. So we're going to do some traveling, take the mother-in-law back to the home 20 there in North Georgia, spend a few days with the fam on that side of the family in Georgia. So there you go. There's the schedule for the upcoming week. But we'll be back live and in Technicolor at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us here for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.